common sense. I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you.
Welcome to the Lions Den. 144 men on the rise again.
Yes.
And you better show some intellect. That'll be the only way a nigga ever get respect. For real? Welcome to the Lions Den. 144 men on the rise again.
Yes.
And you better show some intellect. That'll be the only way a nigga ever get respect. Call Judah Jeremiah. I'm finna bring the fire. Cause on the second turn, you don't crucify the Messiah. Roaring like a lion instead of being defiant. You better come together and try to form an alliance. Black Jesus minister, new heavyweight champ. Finna turn the lights on instead of using a lamp. They try to keep up with us, but they leg is catching a cramp. Hebrew Israelites, now that's the name of the camp. That's a divine prospect, shout out to the brother Ron. When they see the Hebrews, other ideologies run. Then apologies come, forever calling us dumb. Bringing all of the facts and leave them silent and dumb. So Kwam Yasha Allah, call up Danya Allah. We got no problem, tell the truth and we follow. Got skilled debaters, like Michael Edwards. We never gon' run, PowerPoint, we bring the lecture. Welcome to the Lions Den, 144 men on the rise again.
Yes.
And you better show some intellect. That'll be the only way a nigga ever get respect. For real? Welcome to the Lions Den, 144 men on the rise again.
Yes.
And you better show some intellect. That'll be the only way a nigga ever get respect. We see you talking down when you're doing your interviews. We got a multitude of knowledge, so how could we lose? Used to be in the gang, so I give them the blues. Welcome to the Lions Den, we deep when we face you. I know it's hard to understand your ancestors was a slave, but challenging biblical knowledge, homie, we did great. Intellectually, I know you really hear me, you're standing right here next to me. King. Yeah, you gon' get this work. When a father don't spend his time, that mean he fit this curse. We the people like it or not, take a look at your block. The rise of AOC, Masharai, Yasha'Allah, cause we got it on lock. Identified through our conditions. Try to label us African without permission. Never laying down, tapping out, no submission. See us in the streets every day, we on a mission. Welcome to the Lions Den, 144 men on the rise again.
Yes.
And you better show some intellect. That'll be the only way a nigga ever get respect. For real? Welcome to the Lions Den, 144 men on the rise again.
Yes.
And you better show some intellect. That'll be the only way a nigga ever get respect. For real?
We get a certain type of treatment in the conscious community. We get a certain type of treatment in the conscious community in which you are at the forefront of, Sonetta. So what we're saying is that we want to have a dialogue and discussion about what is good for black people and what should we be dealing with within our community and our faith. Man, we wanted to have an intelligent conversation.
So why don't you invite me on your...
Peace. Welcome to the Lions Den. We got the second part to brother Rabbi Lewis book. We're gonna let him speak again. So we gonna go to Karima first. Say what's up, Karima.
Shalom to everybody in the chat and on the panel.
Okay, and again we're gonna introduce Rabbi Lewis, let them know who you are, where you can find you at, and what channels they can find you on social media.
MashaAllah, I would be like when the Shaitan Rajim, this not right now, and they were a lot of most merciful, especially merciful. And the witness is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is his messenger. My name is Rabbi Lewis, aka Louis Islam, aka Real Islam. I'm a published author of over 35 books, and I'm type of Rabbi Lewis. My background is in parasitology, investment banking, Arabic studies. With an honor to be back for part 2.
Okay, so on part 2, what extra do you have to say on part 2 of it? Is there anything that you left out that you felt like you left out and that you wanted to get back to?
Yeah, maybe answer some of them questions that you left out here on.
Yeah, hopefully we get Zion to come back and the other brother with the Bible motif.
Volume of the book.
Yes. Those brothers wanted to do part 2, so I was available, so hit up Karima. We're gonna do it.
Okay, so yeah, I wanted to ask you on that verse 2 again, because I don't know if we ever got to it, because I think you and Zion started talking, but the Corinthians 6:9, what was your answer to that?
Corinthians 6, I don't remember that. What does it say? I'm sorry.
Let's see. I don't want to. I know what it says. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna go by like exactly what it says. Now, what book do y'all got a specific Bible y'all go by? Because I don't really do all that, but
Okay, JV is fine.
KJV. Okay, okay. And this what this say. Let's see. It says, "Know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God. Be not deceived, neither the fornicators, nor the adulterers, nor the idlers, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind."
Certainly. So the word there for feminine is malokai in the Greek, I believe, which in Greek literature applies to like fine upscale clothing, not homosexuality. So, but I did type up a PowerPoint. Some talking points that I want to discuss today.
Okay.
So for people to get in here, we get started. People coming in. So yeah, man. Before we do that, I want to say repent. The rapture's coming. I'm preaching rapture, so the rapture's about to happen soon. Please repent. Please repent. Please make Toba and repent because time is short.
Oh yeah, I remember you were saying that something like Jesus was coming in what in 2024,
23, but
23.
the tribulation is going to start before that. That's why Hashem said, if he doesn't come, there'll be no flesh left to be saved. You know, before Christ returns, it's going to be hell on earth.
Oh yeah, let me ask you what you think about the guidelines, the stones.
Yeah, that was prophecy. It's something called the Illuminati card game. I forgot who made that card game. It's called the Illuminati card game. It's called predictive programming. Um, there's a card with the Georgia Guidestones being blown up on it. that was
Okay.
planned. That's represents the end of the world.
Okay, okay.
Please repent, guys, before it's too late.
You heard them. Say repent.
Like I said, I did have some
Are you
talking points
talking
I
to
want to
are you
talk
talking to
about.
are you talking to a specific people or just everybody?
I'm talking about blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. This whole child of Israel.
Okay. So do you do agree with the 12 chart that the
Yeah,
council
yeah,
has?
yeah. I wrote a book on the toad. I think I'm the first one to do it, brother. I wrote a book
Oh,
on the toad. It's called It's the Told Child Chart Writing Exact Exegeting History by Rabbi Lewis, myself. I think I'm the first person to write a book on the Told Child Chart in the history of the world.
okay, okay. How much do your books cost, man? I ain't no rich person, but
Well, it depends. My book Home for Hustlers took me 2 years to write it. It's $38, but the ebook is free. You got Kindle Unlimited. Like Kindle Unlimited is like for $9.99 a month, right? You
uh,
pay Amazon $9.99 a month, and you get access to free book, thousands of free books.
okay,
So just
okay,
download Kindle Unlimited. You can read the book for free.
okay. I ain't know that. That's good. Then I can read different books and shit. Um, so I mean, you say you got a presentation coming up?
Yeah, I had typed up. Just that's why I was going, and I was typing up some
Okay.
talking
Is it
points.
something you already did, or is it certain because of some of the questions that you had yesterday?
No, this is some talking points I want to discuss in part two.
Okay.
You know, I just want people to come in. I don't want to talk to myself.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I understand.
Not this worse than that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, no, speak on some of them because people are watching. So you got to give them a reason why they need to come up in here too. But the other people, they're going to come in.
No doubt, no doubt, no doubt, no doubt.
I think he said he had some. I think he said he had some talking points he wanted to put up.
Yeah, yeah. I had a couple things I want to say real quick. Yeah, I just typed up a couple things I want to say.
So you want her to share your thing.
I'm sorry.
You want her to share your you want to share it on the
No,
screen?
no, 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 no. This just I just typed up some talking points private in my private doc what do you call that
Oh,
notepad.
okay, yeah, yeah. Speak on it then. Speak on something.
Yes, certainly. So the book is called Homosexuality and Bible Myths: A Critique of the Gospels, right?
Mhm.
So let's just that beat up on the Gospels. Let's beat up on the Old Testament now. Um, not only is the Gospels Greek mythology, the Bible is Egyptian mythology, right? So the New Testament, you got background noise, brother. Man, say about to mute your mic. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, it's muted.
Okay. So the New Testament is Greek mythology, but the Old Testament is Egyptian mythology. You know, let's dive into that. Why the Old Testament is Egyptian mythology, while the New Testament is just pure Greek mythology, right? First thing first, Joseph, the visor of Pharaoh from the Torah, has a ring of engagement, like an engagement ring you give your wife. That custom didn't exist in the Hellenistic period, right? So Joseph lives in the BC times, like way before the Hellenistic period. The custom of Egyptians giving dowry and giving engagements is a Hellenistic Ptolemaic Egyptian custom. So these verses were written in the Hellenistic period because this is a Hellenistic custom. This custom didn't exist in ancient Egypt. So the story's made up, right? Let's keep going. The Bible is a scholar named Gary Greenberg who wrote a book called 101 Bible Myths by Gary Greenberg. He's a lawyer by profession, but he is the head of Biblical Art Society in New York City. What's that? He's head of the Biblical Archaeology Society in New York. His name is Gary Greenberg. He's a biblical scholar. The Bible says, "And God, um, these are the generations of the heavens and the earth." But the word for generation, it says, "These are the generations of the heavens and the earth." Right? How can the heavens and earth, which is incorporeal, have offspring? When it says, uh, "These are the generations, of heavens and the earth," generations means to have offspring. How can the sky and the ground have offspring? Well, he explains this in his work. Gary Greenberg. The sky represents Nut, the Egyptian goddess, and Geb represents Earth in the Egyptian pantheon lore, right? So the generation of Earth represents Geb and Nut. They had children. I think named Shu and Tefnut. Shu represents like the wind, and I forgot what Tefnut represents, right? So when it says these are the generations of the heavens and the earth, it's referencing Geb and Nut. So when the Hebraic scribes became monotheistic, they just took Geb and Nut's name out of the text. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So when the Hebrew scribes were writing the Torah, they just took Geb and Nut's name out of it. But the generation that represents the heaven represents Nut and Geb is the earth in Egyptian pantheon. And they had children. So that's why the earth and the heaven are having children in the Bible. Right? Let's keep going. King David was actually Tutmosis III. Yes. The historical King David was not real. He was actually Tutmosis III. Pharaoh Tutmosis III. Historical King David. His son Solomon was historically Amenhotep. So again, King David of the biblical lore was Tutmosis III. And the historical Solomon was Amenhotep, right? Prove that, Lewis. No problem. And Solomon's temple was originally the Luxor temple of Egypt. The historical Solomon's temple was the Luxor temple, called the mortuary temple in Egypt. Same dimensions, right? As described in the Bible. So, um, let's prove that. So Solomon had married Pharaoh's wife, right? But at the time, historically, pharaohs did give their daughters to foreign kings. Yeah. So in the Tanakh, Solomon marries Pharaoh's daughter, but at the time, that custom didn't exist. The pharaohs would have never married their daughter to a Canaanite or like an Israelite foreigner. They didn't do that at the time, right? And that can be proven by the Amana letters, which talks about this, right? Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, oh yeah, hello, yeah. And everybody in the comments, if you want to join in, hit the link. If you want to ask some questions, ask it in the comment sections, and I'm gonna check it out and ask them from the comment section. Okay, peace. So
Yeah.
you can go.
Yeah, so King David historically was Tutmosis III. Historically, Solomon was Amenhotep. So King David was Tutmosis. Solomon was Amenhotep historically. They didn't exist. The historical Solomon's temple was the Luxor temple of Egypt. Okay? And Solomon was Amenhotep, right? Let's keep going. You find this in my book. All this information before no one find it. Um, the Bible is Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That story is made up. David was not a son of Isaac, but was his father. So the biblical law, you had Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob had 12 sons. Jacob had 12 sons. Abraham had a son named Isaac and Esau. No, I mean, Abraham had a son named Isaac and Ishmael. And Isaac had two sons named Jacob and Esau. And then Jacob had 12 sons. Esau had 12 sons. It's mythological. Historically, David was Isaac's father, not his descendant, right? So today, Isaac was David's great-great-grandfather. But then historically, David was Isaac's father. The scribes just conflated it, right? But let's keep going. So David was Isaac's father, actually, historically. Find this in my book. All this information. 2 Samuel 8:3 says, David's military campaigns, he went to Euphrates, the river Euphrates, right? But there's no evidence of that, of him conquering the river Euphrates from Syria.
Before you go to that, so when so who created this story? You still saying the Greeks stole? Like, how did it come from Egyptian story to the biblical story? Who did that? Was it the Greeks? The Ptolemy dynasty that you were speaking of?
Yeah, certainly. So, like I was saying, Joseph was advisor to Pharaoh in the Torah, who got
Mm-hmm.
arrested because Pharaoh's wife accused him of sleeping with her or whatever, trying to molest or rape her. He was locked up. But got back on those, brother. You might have to mute while I talk so they can hear me. So yeah, he did dowry. There was a dowry in the Torah, or he had like a engagement ring, I believe it was called, or a dowry, one of the others. But that custom was not an Egyptian custom. That was a Hellenistic Greek custom of the Ptolemies in Egypt. So we know these letters were written around the Hellenistic period. See what I'm saying? These, hello.
Yeah, I hear you.
Also, in a year, Ezra, the scholars say Ezra, the prophet, the Bible, the Torah had got burnt. All the copies of the Old Testament was burnt, and Ezra rewrote it by heart, kind of like in the movie with Denzel Washington. What's the name of that movie, brother? Denzel Washington, when he had the Bible.
Yeah.
Maybe he recopied it from his memory. You know,
Oh,
Ezra had rewrote the
okay.
whole Bible. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I was about to get to that. Because I mean, I understand you saying like one part, but I'm saying like because what you're saying is each one of the pharaohs is actually one of the characters in the Bible, right? If I ain't mistaken, you saying
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
So that's we're talking about, man. We talking about ain't in long periods of time, but we're talking about a good number of period of years from each pharaoh to pharaoh to pharaoh. So I don't then I would say that it can't be one person or doing it or one type of people because of the different generations who had to write this book. So, are you saying one person like Edgar wrote all of it from the Genesis down, or who like was it
yeah.
certain people? All of them was Greeks.
Certainly, the scholars say Ezra rewrote the entire Bible from his memory because the Bibles that got burnt didn't have it. He retranslated the Bible from his memory. King Pharaoh, Prophet Ezra. Yes.
So okay, but what I'm saying is how so he. uh, I understand what you're saying. Like he memorized it, but what I'm saying is how who switched it from let's say who you say King David was.
Okay, go back. King David was historically Thomas the third.
Okay, now who translated that? Who switched that? Who switched him to King David? Because you're saying that it's basically a copy of Egypt, right? Story.
Yeah, these stories are. I'm gonna prove that tonight. But so arguably around the Hellenistic period, this is when a lot of this stuff was written.
Okay.
Hellenistic period. Um, yeah, yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I understand. No, that's okay.
Yeah.
I was just
So
trying to get to that point because it was different periods of time. So that's like you're talking about. You already named like four, five, six generations of pharaohs. You see what I'm saying? So so I understand what you're saying though, because the Greeks did take over Egypt, and so they would have the books. I understand. I mean, I understand where you're coming from that. Now you can go ahead.
So it's like I was saying, King David was Thutmose the third. Solomon, his son, was Amenhotep. The Temple of Solomon was originally the Luxor Temple. I'm sorry, Queen, want to say something? See you back.
No, I ain't saying that.
No.
That's it. Okay. So let's prove that David was Thutmose the third, right? Second Samuel 8:3 says he conquered the area from River Euphrates, right? So Hatshepsut of Egypt had a peaceful reign. She ruled from Syria to the River Euphrates. Hatshepsut. Thutmose the first, he lost that region. He lost it, right? So Thutmose the third, his great grandson, reconquered the Levant to the Euphrates, right? Okay, so um, Thutmose the third, ironically, controlled the Levant to the Euphrates, just like David, right? Um, David defeated in the Tanakh, Hadadezer, the king of Zobah, but there's no trace of Zobah during the reign of David. So the Bible says King David defeated Hadadezer in Zobah, but there's no evidence of Zobah existing at the time of King David. However, Thutmose III did conquer Zobah. So wow. So the Bible says David conquered Zobah, but there's no empirical evidence for that he conquered Zobah. But Thutmose III did conquer Zobah. So his military campaigns are identical to Thutmose III. We know they were the same person, right? Let's keep going. Like I said, Thutmose III's grandfather conquered Zobah, Euphrates to Levant. He lost it, and then Thutmose's grandson, Thutmose III, reconquered it. Same as David's story. It's identical. The military campaign story because it's plagiarized. Okay. Let's keep going. The name Jerusalem does not appear to Thutmose III or any of his successors, right? So the term Jerusalem didn't appear to Thutmose III or any of his successors. It's because Jerusalem was never called Jerusalem, it was called Kodesh, right? Not to be, there was another Kodesh in Syria, but this is a different Kodesh, right? So there's no evidence of the word Jerusalem in history, in Egyptian history anyway. It was called Kodesh. The Egyptians called it Kodesh, right? It was always known as the Holy Land. Even the Canaanites called it the Holy Land. So that wasn't a Hebrew thing. Let's keep going. Thutmose went to Jerusalem with the Ark of Amun-Ra. So Amun-Ra had an ark just like the Ark of the Covenant, and it was identical to the Ark of Amun-Ra, the Egyptian god that Thutmose brought to Jerusalem, is identical to the David story with the Ark of the Covenant, the Ark of Amun-Ra, right? Let's keep going. Yeah, so sorry about that. Jesus was historically King Tut. Yeah. The historical Jesus of Nazareth was King Tut. His story is based on King Tut's story, the boy Pharaoh king. Um, Abraham of the Bible was Pharaoh Seshi historically. Yeah, Abraham was a Pharaoh. Abraham had a son, Isaac, son named Jacob from Chaldea. He was a Pharaoh. His name was Pharaoh Seshi. I said he was a shepherd. Well, that's the plain words. It's not talking about animals. The point is the Hebrews used to follow him. You know, when it says he was a shepherd in the Torah, it's not doesn't mean he had like sheep or animals. It's allegory for him. The Hebrews following him. You know. Um, um, so, as a scholar named David Roll. So, and let me give you some perspective in the Egyptology realm, world, right, of academia. If you're not a PhD, you're looked at as not an Egyptologist, right? So the Hebrew Israelites like to quote David Roll, who is not he's an Egyptologist, but he's not a PhD. I think he's an MD, right? So there was a guy named David Falk, who's a PhD, who said David Roll is not considered credible amongst Egyptology circles. His work is considered pseudo because he's not a PhD. That's like a pet peeve in the Egyptology world. David Rose says in his work that there was letters of Ramesses sending letters to Nebuchadnezzar when they lived at two different time spans. You know, Ramses was the 1200s. Nebuchadnezzar was like the 600s, right? So Roll said the Egyptian chronology is 600 years off, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So David Roll was saying that the Egyptian chronology is 600 years off. I heard Mighty Hebrew say that as well from Hebrews like Mighty Hebrew when he debated Sarah Seti back on Sadeta's show back in 2009 when I first came in the truth. I remember he said that. He's quoting David Roll, which most Egyptologists don't consider him an Egyptologist credible at all. They write his work off as pseudo. So he shows in his work Roll how Ramesses sent letters to Nebuchadnezzar. When Ramesses lived in the 1200s and Nebuchadnezzar lived in the 600s, it's impossible for them to have been sending letters to one another, right? Okay, so David Roll places the Exodus around 1440. Same as Tim Mahoney from Patterns in the Exodus. But David Falk, who's the PhD, dates it to the 1200s under Ramses II. So Tutmosis III was the pharaoh of the Exodus, according to Roll. But then according to David Falk, who's a real Egyptologist, says he dates it to Ramses II's date. Not why here's the issue, right? Now you if we're going with the 1440 date, that makes no sense because if you look at the Temple of Karnak, Ramses, the Egyptians were still ruling Canaan at the time of after the Exodus happened. Yeah. So if the Exodus happened in 1440, and that makes no sense because the Egyptians were still ruling Canaan at that time. So the Egyptians took it, the Israelites took it from the Canaanites who got it from the Egyptians. That wouldn't make any sense because the Egyptians were still ruling it, and that's according to David Falk's work. I said a lot more, but I hear.
Okay. I mean, I hear some of the points that you. Oh, hold on. Let me turn this off. I hear some of the points you was making. Yeah, I do know that Kemet or Tom Murray, for real, had Canaan for a while, and so I do know they was over there.
Yeah,
I've
people ask
heard.
you all the time, like, why are the Arabs and the Jews fighting over Jerusalem? And
Yeah.
you gotta remember, the Arabs are descendants of Ishmael, whose mother was an Egyptian. Hagar.
I mean,
You
I've
know,
I've I've heard I've heard I've heard I've heard the pharaohs been was I heard back in the day that somebody was doing it before saying that the pharaohs, but they wasn't saying it as far as like you saying it like you putting each one to each one. But I even heard Israelites say that Moses was up Moses' first. I used to hear that a lot at one time. Then I used to hear about how the Israelite Exodus was supposed to have been around with Ramsey the second, third. So yeah, I've heard them. I even heard Israelites use certain things with pharaohs was mixed in with us. So like this is not nothing new that I heard, and that's why I say I like when people bring other stuff out because it helps bring more stuff together and corrects a lot of things because if you wrong then people should be able to correct you. If you right then people should be able to take it as a real teaching. You know what I'm saying? And I'm kind of disappointed because I thought people was gonna get on here and try to at least defend themselves or
I,
defend
I
what
want you
they.
to comment on that. Actually, Moses historically was Akhenaten,
Yeah,
and
yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying I've heard Israelites use Moses as up Moses before.
no, no, he was not Moses. Moses was Akhenaten. He was also known as Amenhotep the Fourth, and then Joseph, the father of Pharaoh, was Uya. His name was Uya, Egyptian. You there, brother? Hello.
Yeah, my bad. I don't know what happened with that part. But yeah, no, I wasn't saying that you were saying that. I would just, oh shit, yeah, I was just saying that I've heard Israelite use that before. Not that you used it, but I've heard somebody even tried to put Moses without Moses before.
So,
So what
well,
I'm
from my
saying,
research, Moses was Akhenaten.
yeah, I understand
The
what you're
guy
saying. I'm not
Akhenaten was the
I'm not
Pharaoh.
I'm not disagreeing with you, but what I'm saying is,
You know, I'm
I
speaking
feel
to the
like,
audience. I'm saying,
oh, okay, okay,
Akhenaten
yeah,
was the Pharaoh that brought monotheism to Egypt. He brought monotheism because
yeah.
Jesus
You
was the
talking
most
about
God.
so when he brung the monotheism, right? Because some people I heard it say it was supposed to have been a sun god, or like he took all the gods away and made it one and to worship the sun. Is that right? Or who was the one monotheistic God that he created?
Aten. So, some perspective. To his son, Akhenaten was his son might have to meet your mic. His son was King Tut. Now Tut's name was originally Atun Aten, but now he's known as Tut Amen because when his father died, Akhenaten, the Egyptians went back to worshiping Amun Ra. So that's why his name is Tut Aman instead of Tut Aten. His birth name was Tut Aten because his father Akhenaten established Aten worship in Egypt. They worshiped one god named Aten before Amun Ra. That's why Akhenaten's original name was Amenhotep. You see.
Okay, I understand that part. Um, so I'm just gonna be a recap so everybody know what he's saying. He's saying that the different pharaohs are connected to the characters that's in the Bible. He called them characters that's in the Bible, and they actually are copied off of real life pharaohs in Egypt. And so I mean that's basically what he's saying in this part. So I mean, like I said, if people want to come on and got any questions on it or want to comment, say anything, because I don't know why ain't nobody come out commenting on this, but you can go ahead and put some more info up. Is that all you have of that part?
I got plenty more.
Okay.
Got a lot of information.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you this. This is what I wanted to ask you.
Okay.
Okay, because I was kind of confused at this part. So, do you believe in Jesus or you don't believe in Jesus?
Okay. As I was showing yesterday, the historical. Let me meet your mic, brother. The historical Jesus was Dionysus, and based on what's his name? Dionysus and get the other guy's name. One second. One second. It was based on Dionysus' story, and one second.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I understand that part. I would just actually do you believe him or not? Like, do you believe it was one, as far as the character? Because the only reason I asked this is because you were saying that he's supposed to come in 2023. That's why I'm kind of
Oh yeah,
confused.
yeah, certainly I got you. And I'm sorry, Apollonius of Tyana. Apollonius' story is identical to Jesus. He was crucified in 98, right? Many scholars assert Jesus' story was based on Apollonius of Tyana's story. Yes, there was an historical Jesus, Yeshua, who was a prophet.
Oh, you said somebody was crucified in 98.
Yeah, yeah.
You mean
Apollonius
like
of
what
Tyana,
90? You mean like just 98 AD or 1998? Like you mean
98
98?
AD.
Okay.
Yeah, remember the Romans said that they crucified so many Negroes that they ran out of wood. Yeah, so many Jews were crucified in the first century that the Romans said they ran out of wood. So that
I
was a
mean, I
common
agree.
practice.
I agree. That was a regular practice that they did.
Yeah.
I agree.
So Jesus is not special because it was so many Jews crucified that they ran out of wood. That's how many Negroes got crucified. But let's keep going. So there was an historical Jesus who was a prophet, who was the king of Great Britain. Mary Magdalene, his wife, was his wife. I can prove that. Man, I got background zones, brother. Um, Mary Magdalene was Jesus' wife. They had children, and that was his. They were cousins because you can marry your cousin back then. So Mary Magdalene's father was the king of Great Britain, and then when he died, Jesus became king of Great Britain. And I proved this in my book. You can find this in my work. In fact, Jesus even had kids with Claudius. Claudius expelled the Jews from Rome. He did a peace treaty with Jesus. Where Jesus' son married his daughter. Jesus' son was named Caradoc, and he married Claudius's daughter. And this is a historical fact. Okay. So there was an historical Jesus who was the king of Great Britain. He wasn't a god. He never got killed. He was stoned to death. But the crucifixion, the resurrection, all that's nonsense. It's all made up.
Okay, hold on. Because I mean, you kind of, I ain't trying to, not disrespectful, but you kind of long winded a little bit sometimes.
Oh,
But
excuse me. Yeah, I apologize. Go ahead.
yeah, you're okay. But now, because it's like you kind of, because I still ain't get the answer. That's what I was trying to ask. Like I was talking about the 2023 part. Like
Oh,
who is that that's supposed to come back?
yeah, certainly. So in the Hadith, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, because in the Quranically, Jesus never died. He was raptured up. Uh, Allah raised him up, raptured him out when he was in the Garden of Gethsemane. Right. So long story short, um, he will return. Muhammad said, when he returns, bring him next to me. He told the companions, the Sahaba.
And this Jesus is supposed to be the one of Great Britain, is what you're saying.
Yeah. He's coming back. He was Solomon in the reincarnation. That's what he said in the they said he's the better Solomon. He was
And
Solomon.
who is the person named for the people to be able to look him up?
I'm sorry.
Who is the person name in Britain so people to be able to look him up that you're saying as the Jesus?
Whose name in Britain? Who
I
named the
mean, I
Britain?
mean, what where would you be able to find this at in like a part of Britain?
Oh, okay.
Like if once somebody want to look it up, like where to find it at?
Yeah, you can find the sources in my book. Let me give you the name of my book. All the sources in the book. The book is called my new book. It's an old book I wrote a couple years ago. I did this research years ago. The book is called "The Crucifixion Story Debunked: An Academic Response to Gospel Versus Status Quo" by Rabbi Lewis. I got all the sources in my book. It's called again, "The Crucifixion Story Debunked." Go to Amazon. An Academic Response to Gospel Versus Status Quo by myself, Rabbi Lewis.
Okay. So have you had any debates on any of these things so far?
Yeah, certainly. I had a couple SDL debates. I brought this information out 4 years ago. It's kind of old news, you know. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is my first time really hearing about it. I heard other people say that they've been hearing about it, but I mean, I hear points. I mean, it's stuff I know they probably wouldn't agree with, and they and would agree with. So I mean, I ain't gonna say everything you're saying is sound crazy because I've heard it before. So it's not like new to me. I've heard people say certain things like this.
Like I said, King Tut was the historical Jesus. He was also King Tut, who was Nefertiti's son. Nefertiti's other name was Mary. So
Oh,
Nefertiti, her name was Mary. Like Jesus' mother was Mary. I'm sorry.
hold on, because you went from Great Britain to there, and then now we got to get to that. So how you said how? So is it two ones? Because you said Britain first, and then now you're saying Cleopatra now.
No, King Tut's mother was
I mean
Nefertiti
King.
in
Yeah.
Akhenaten. So
So what about the Great Britain? Because you kind of said that he was from there too.
yeah, Tutankhamun's real name was Joshua, was Yeshua, like Jesus. His mother's was name was Mary. Nefertiti's name was Mary in Egypt, just like Jesus' mother, Mary. Right? Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. Tunk was died at the Mount Sinai. Um. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry, brother. We asked you a question. I'm sorry. I was sorry,
Yeah,
brother.
no, what I was saying was because okay, you were speaking on in Egypt how Jesus was in there too, but you were just saying that he was in Great Britain. I was saying like, can you explain how he was in them two places?
Yeah, different lives. I believe in reincarnation. So
Okay.
I can prove that reincarnation is biblical. But in his past life, he was Tut, and he was also he's at the first century of Britain, Great Britain. What the hell's going on? 1 second. Okay, I got it. Okay, I got it. You know what that is. Okay, hello?
Yeah, so that was the last one. It was Great Britain, and it wasn't. He didn't reincarnate to no one after that. After '98.
No, no, Hashem, the Most High, in the garden, got background noise. In the garden of Gethsemane, he was praying to the Father, please take this cup away from me. I don't want to die like this. He was sweating blood, and that's when Allah beamed him up in the garden of Gethsemane. He never died.
Oh, okay, okay.
So let's give it to you. So Jesus had three wives. His first wife was Cyprus, an Arab. Him and Cyprus had five children, three boys. Adminius, Guiderius was his sons. Yeah, Jesus had with Cyprus. He had five children, three boys and two girls. Right. His sons' names were Adminus, Guiderius, and Caradoc, and his daughters were named Eugrine and Gladys. Right. He married before the age of 18. He also had a second wife named Mary Magdalene. Prove that, Lewis. Well, yeah, there's a book called The Gospel of Mary, where it says Jesus and Mary were in love. Right. The Gospel of Philip says that they used to kiss on the mouth and have sex. Right. So that's in the book called The Gospel of Mary in the Gospel of Philip, right? You with me? Hello?
Yeah, yeah, I'm listening.
The myth of Mary Magdalene being a prostitute is nothing but slander. She's not a real prostitute, just slander. They were slander Mary Magdalene, right? She wasn't a prostitute. Mary Magdalene's father was the king of Great Britain. She was a Celtic princess. Um, yeah. This can be found in Shakespeare's work, The Cymbeline of Shakespeare, Act 3, Scene 1, where it talks about Jesus. He was known as Canobeline, right? Excuse me. I could just keep going and going, but yeah.
Yeah, go about another minute or two because I'm in the stove real quick. So give me about another 2 more minutes to explain.
Certainly, Cardinal Baronius was the most outstanding historians of the Roman Catholic Church. He turned down to always become Pope. He turned it down, right? He was a historian, Caesar Baronius. He confirms that Joseph Mary Thea died in Britain. After Jesus had a twin brother. After his twin brother got crucified, they ran to Britain. And this is confirmed by Eusebius' writings, where he said Joseph Mary Thea, who took Jesus to the cross in the Bible, was in Britain, right? There were three councils concerning this, Joseph being in Britain. The Council of Pisa, the Council of Siena, proved that Joseph Day was in Britain with Jesus and Mary Magdalene. His name was King Tentavinus. Tentavinus was Magdalene's father. Was the king of Britain. He died and Jesus became king of Britain. It was southern Britain, excuse me, between Wales and Troy, right? His jurisdiction, Jesus' jurisdiction, spread from southern Britain, from Wales all the way to Troy, which is called London today, right? So the area was called Southern Britain, which includes Wales and Troy today. It's called London. You can find this history in Tacitus' work, The Annals. Tacitus talks about the marriage between Gladius, who's known as Pompania, her husband was named Gracinia, because Claudius's general married Gladys' sister, King Caradoc, right? So this is in Tacitus' work, The Annals. Jesus had a great granddaughter named Princess Eugraine, known as Imogen in Shakespeare's play Cymbeline, right? So Shakespeare had a play named Cymbeline where Jesus' granddaughter is talked about verbatim. And her name was Eugraine. Yeah, I said a lot. You can find this information in my book, The Crucifix Story Debunked, an accurate response to gospel stories. Go by Rabbi Lewis.
Okay. Yeah, I heard it. You hear the information he putting out. He say he got the new book out. So check it out. Want to see if anybody could debunk it, or he want to speak on it. Anybody want to build on with it? I thought I was gonna have some more questions. Let me see if there's any questions in here.
See anybody
He
in the
said,
back?
"Somebody said, can you pull up the scriptures?"
Yeah, sure. Hit the link, bro. Come in.
Mario, Yasha, come on in.
Put the link in the chat room, bro. Come in.
Come on in. The stream y'all right in the comments. I believe. Yeah, it's right there. I see it. Say he trying to build with y'all. But if you want to bunk it, if you say he don't know what he talk about, he wants you to come show him. I don't need no comment warriors, none of that. Everybody's allowed to come up on here and speak, ask questions, conversate.
Let's keep going. So the crucifixion story is fiction. Crucifixion. The scholars say Helena, Constantine's mother, invented the cross story, the crucifixion story. Yeah, it was Helena, Constantine's mother, for Constantine. Helena was the one who designed the crucifixion story. And this is in the Bible dictionaries. What's the name of that dictionary? Where it says that Helena's mom came up, Constantine's mom, Helena, came up with the crucifixion story. She invented it. Mute my mic for a second. This is the Oxford Bible Dictionary. It says, to make matters, what's the Oxford Dictionary? It was published in 1974. Look up the word cross in the Oxford Dictionary from 1974. All right. Look up C for cross, right? In the Oxford Dictionary. Go to page 710. Right? I got the page number here. It says, invention of the cross, page 842, right? I'm sorry. It says in Oxford Dictionary, Helena's Constantine's mother invented the cross, upon which the church maintained that the Jesus historically suffered, and which is today the epitome of the Gospels, right? So the Oxford Dictionary, page 842, says Helena, Constantine's mother, invented the cross, upon which the church maintained that the Jesus historically suffered on, and today is the epitome of the Gospel. So Constantine's mother made it up. The fraud of the crucifix logo was made officially to Christianity in 1754, when Pope Benedict declared that the emblem be displayed on every church and every altar, right? So what's the 1754, my friend? Incredible. Where the cross was declared an emblem of to be displayed on every church, right? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Oh, yeah, I'm right here.
Okay, I'm talking to myself. Okay, so Oxford Dictionary says Helena, Constantine's mother, came with the cross story, crucifixion story. And it wasn't made a logo until 1754 AD. Let's keep beating up on the crucifixion. The reality of the Christian cross was brought up again at the period of Reformation when the Royal Convention in London said that the cross was superstition and should be laid aside, right? And it should not be used at baptism. So it was saying the crucifixion was bogus. It was a superstition, and it shouldn't be used for baptism. So they came to like, okay, the cross is bogus. The crucifixion story is bogus. Right?
you got any more info, I was gonna have people ask some questions, but ain't nobody really get on. So I mean,
Yeah.
you can add some more info you want to put it, and then I guess we just can go out after that.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, we'll close out. Nobody wants to talk. So we've been on for quite a bit. How long we been on? About 50 minutes. Um, I had a lot more to bring out, but nobody wants to hop on. I was hoping to do part two with Zion and brother the other brother, but they didn't call in, so I don't know why. I know it's late on the East Coast. Okay, well maybe Divine wants to come on. Sister Divine, if you want to come on, hit the link.
But yeah, you can go ahead and speak it out. You know what I mean? Speak your last shit, and if somebody jump on or try to jump on while you're doing it, then we just let them in. But I'll let you talk.
Yeah, so the Greek word for the answer Mario Yah's question. The Greek word for cross is starios, which means like that means a cross with a single beam that they used to use for impalement. Somebody mistook the stereos for the cross. You know, but if anyone wants to come on, I can say a lot more. Again, my name was Rabbi Lewis, man. So work on Amazon, just type in Rabbi Lewis. You can find over 40 books.
Let me see if Davina come over. She says she I shall. I'm trying to
Oh,
see.
okay, all right. Sorry.
You got the link, Davina? Let's see what she said. Somebody said, "Do the Ethiopia cross predates that cross?"
Not sure what he means. He has to explain what he means.
She just put it she just put it in the jump. The other people come in. Oh,
Hey,
here she
Divine,
go.
shalom, sis.
Shalom.
Shalom, everybody. Peace and blessings to everyone. Peace and blessings. Karima, JJ7000,
Shalom.
everyone in the chat, and anyone else listening that's not in the chat. Thanks for inviting me on, uh, Rabbi Lewis. We have had our back and forth in the past. So uh, you called my name, so I hope you don't mind if I come out with questions. So I would listen in for, you know,
Yeah, by all means, sis.
go ahead.
By all means, I'm listening.
Oh, you want me to just go right? I didn't mind listening to let you guys finish what you were talking about, and I'll come in.
No, I think we finished. You can ask your questions.
Oh, okay. So, Rabbi, I'm gonna let me call you Lewis. If you don't mind, I'll call you Lewis. Right? My last name, Lewis. Lewis, if you don't mind, we've had this bout before. Many people probably have not heard about. You, you claim you have all these books. From the first time I met you, I believe it was 2019 or 20. You have been known for coming on and promoting your books. And I commend you now that at least you're starting to share what's in your book. But your MO has always been uh, buy my book, buy my book. But one thing I have noticed about a lot of your books, and this is coming from your mouth, is you, mo- all of your most of your books, if not all of them, are surrounded by other people who wrote books and wrote their opinion. You're not a first. You're not a first person witness to any of this. You're not as far as primary source is concerned. We know that that's impossible. But at the same time, you yourself, I listened uh, actually today to the show from yesterday, and a brother asked you. He asked you, what? How long does it take you to? How long did it take you to write this book? And I believe you said 9 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Correct. That particular book, yes, correct.
That particular book, right? And he commented later on, letting you, or maybe not him, but someone else commented and said, it is impossible, because I am actually on here. The title alone disgusts me. It disgusts me the first time I spoke to you, the first time you introduced it. It disgusts me now, even though I don't believe and I don't subscribe to the New Testament. I still think it's even if this is something you discovered, I think because we a people are trying to rise, and what we need now is good thoughts, good positive things. Instead of people telling us we're niggas and we ain't nothing, we can't do nothing, we are finally coming around to learn, hey, we are the best. We are the salt of the earth. We are the singers, the dancers, all the gifts that the Most High said He granted to the Israelites. It's all listed out in there. How is it a coincidence that these things are just naturally given to us? You can tap on almost every black door, and you're going to find one person in the family who can sing like they what they call trained professionally. No, Israelites don't need to be trained professionally to sing a song or to play instruments. Why? Because it is a gift bestowed upon us. We just do things naturally. So I am very disturbed, have been. Every time I see you come on, I get a cringe just by your name, because whatever it is you're teaching or trying to promote, it does nothing to benefit my people. Nothing at all. And that's my introduction to you. And if you want to get into topics, we can do that. But I had to let you know off back and remind you of how I feel about you and your topics.
Certainly. So to respond to that, I appreciate the critique, but my book Home for Hustlers, was my best-selling stock book. I'm a stock investor myself. It took me 2 years to write it. So as far as me writing books overnight, Home for Hustlers took me 2 years to write. So that's invective. Second thing, I'm teaching my people how to get out of poverty. All my friends are millionaires, and some of them are billionaires. I'm teaching my people how to get out of poverty, how to build 9 streams of passive income. The average millionaire has 9 streams of income. I'm teaching my people how to get out of poverty with my books. So we say I'm not doing anything for black people.
Fair enough. So let me ask you, beside uh, Lion's Den, and I don't want to call out the other channels, but I notice, uh, uh, can you can you share with us other channels you go on that we are probably not familiar with, that has nothing to do with debate leagues where people come to express their beliefs and spread their doctrine? Can you share with us maybe some other channels that you go and teach this on? Like, do you go on, can you share with us some of the Islamic sites that you go on and teach this knowledge to? Can you show us some of the your name is Rabbi Lewis, right? And you have a Islamic faith, which is an oxymoron to me, unless you can explain that to me. But You have that going on, and at the same time, most of your teachings and most of your beliefs come from books and studies that you have subscribed to. You subscribe to them, and you're trying to promote it to my people like if it's facts. And even let's say if I were to give you and say this is facts, let me ask you, how can this, if we were to add up abortions plus your theory where, hey, it's okay for a man to sleep with a little boy because the scripture, the Bible doesn't really say that, and the Bible is fake, and Judah is fake, and Yahweh is fake, and everything about what you know a lot of our people subscribe to, whether we're New Testament or Old Testament or both, whatever faith we're in, you know this is something it's an important value to our people. You come with this thing here which does not promote our people progressing. We are being killed and we are aborting children. Now you want to add this third factor, which we have more factors involved, but you want to add this third major factor. Okay, being killed innocently, aborting your children, and now getting my people to be comfortable with homosexuality is not a sin.
Why don't we just, instead of being emotional as adults, because I'm a grown ass man, instead of being emotional as adults, why don't we, as scholars, why don't we just deal with the information? What, like, why are the ad hominems and red herrings? We
Okay,
get the book, and if you can
you
debunk the
said,
book,
wait a minute. You're saying ad hominems and red herrings. Let me ask you, when did I come to you personally attack you? I everything I said was about your doctrine and how I feel it's negative towards our people. Did I ever call you out of your name any time at all?
no, I'm saying we have to vet the sources. You can either
But
get the book and then vet the book, not just you. I'm talking about anybody who wants to challenge my work.
so
Like,
okay,
why paint a picture with a broad brush? Why
fa-
judge a book by its cover? Get the book, and we
fa-
can vet the book.
fair enough, brother. That's what you've been saying since 2019. I think I met you. You've been spreading this. Everybody, get the book, get the book. For what I don't understand, you have been professing to be a millionaire for the last few years. That's what you've been telling everybody. You're a millionaire. All your friends are millionaires. But um, it's I find it very interesting because millionaires don't usually operate like this. They usually, if they're trying to spread a word, they hire a crew, they hire a team, you hire a force, you hire a congregation, you hire 12 apostles, you hire 12 prophets, whatever you have to do. But you, if you're trying to really spread a truth, you hire people and have them spreading the truth. But you, the way you do it, my brother, doesn't it, you don't present yourself like a millionaire, especially for people who have been listening to you for the past few years. So and then you also have professed, you have a job, you work, you got a paid job, you have bosses you answer to and all that. And I asked you that a couple of years ago. You profess yourself as a millionaire, but yet you still claim you have to check in and out to work. So,
Okay,
so when you,
what are you talking about? My mentor, who's a millionaire, um, David Jaffe, who I know, is a mentor of mine. He graduated at Cornell University. He's a multimillionaire. He works in investment banking. Like myself, he has a job. He's a multimillionaire. He works. So, mo- many millionaires work. So to say you can't work be a millionaire, I don't understand what you're saying.
no, it's not that, but I'm saying most millionaires, they work for themselves. They're not out there punching the clock. Have
What are
to
you
pay.
talking about? David Jaffe works a regular job, a desk job. He's a millionaire.
Okay, brother, you know what I'm saying. You don't do. Show me. Okay, let me ask you something. Where is your building? Where's your building? And how many staff members do you have working for you?
Okay, so those who may not know, I'm working on launching a website for professional investing, where I'll be showing my credentials and my bank statements, my financial statements, etc. Um, that's coming soon. So when I launch my website, you'll be able to go on the website and see my face and get learn my lessons that I employ.
Let, how long have you been building this website?
Right. I kind of didn't want to deal with it for a while. I felt like I was creating competition. Like my other mentor, Ty Lopez, who's acquired Dress Barn, Model Sporting Goods, Radio Shack, Steinmar, Pier 1 Dress Barn, turned to
Brother,
e-commerce.
I don't need to know about all these other people. We're talking
Oh,
about you
myself? Well,
now.
yeah. The reason why I didn't do it earlier is because I felt like, just like Ty Lopez's friends, his other peers feel, we're creating competition. So I didn't create the website right away because I felt like I was creating economic competition. Why should I give away the tricks of the trade, the secrets of the trade for pennies on the dollar? You see what I'm saying? Like I'm creating
What?
competition. Does that make sense?
I'm not speaking about a website for your business. I'm speaking
Oh,
about a website for all the website, YouTube channels, Facebook, what pages, whatever you call it. You have been spreading yourself around for the past few years, and every show, I have never seen you go on a show once. And the most important thing that you repeat, the most repetitive thing out your mouth in every show you're on is your book, your book, your book, your book, your book, your book, and you're a millionaire, and your friends are millionaire. Your books, your book, your book, your book, and you sell. You make all these books, and you wrote all these books, and 40 books, and books, and books, and books, and books, and books. And I'm saying, for somebody who's such a millionaire, who all his friends are millionaire, it's like, I'm not. Correct me if I'm wrong. Anybody in the chat, if I'm wrong, or any of you on the panel, how many millionaires do you see hustling on YouTube streets like this?
you know what? See, that's the power with our people. Our people are so defeated when they see another person who looks like them who may be a millionaire, and amongst them, they can't believe it. And that's the issue with our people. That's something our people got to get over. You know.
Okay,
But
brother.
the fact of the matter is, and I yield the floor. I put the raft back in the water because I didn't have to write books. I don't need books. I don't need the internet. I'm doing this to throw the raft back in the water so people can come up in life. So our people can come up. I put the raft back in the water, so to speak. I don't have to do this. I do this as a labor of love. I don't need the internet. I don't need YouTube. I don't need books.
But and I get that. And listen, I appreciate if your sentiments are real. I appreciate it, and I thank you for it, and I applaud you for it. But it goes back to the question I asked you from the beginning. How is it everything you're teaching, almost everything you're teaching right now, goes against the philosophies and the beliefs and the things that all of the people who believe in the Most High now, this is what their mothers, their grandmothers, their great grandmothers brought them up on. And the belief wasn't anything spooky. It's the thing for me. I grew up in the scriptures. It is the thing that I came back into it with a different vision from the Hebraic sense. And it is that you right now, because 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I would have treated you exactly like how you're proclaiming who we're supposed to be. Like some kind of niggerate Canaanites or whatever people, it's just black people of no substance, no claim. Everybody else has a claim, but here you have black people. Finally, you have people getting to know their roots, whether it's through DNA, whether through their spirituality, whether it's through the laws, however they're coming about it. We're coming about it, and this is the first time in my life I'm approaching not far away from 60 years old. And for me, it's a pleasure because growing back then, to see when young men and young women were picking up crack pipes and picking up needles and picking up guns, now I'm seeing them picking up scriptures. And even if we're debating back and forth, I'd rather see our brothers pick up the scriptures, and at least we're talking about goodness, like what it represents to us and how we're supposed to be presenting ourselves. So for me, the goodness in that, that's what I take from it. What you bring brings a whole different confusion. So you cannot tell me, hey, I'm doing this for a good reason. I'll accept you're doing it for a good reason. But understand, you're going to have people like myself coming at you, telling you, yo, what you're saying right now, we don't even need to hear that shit, because we ain't trying to hear that. Because we ain't trying to hear. I have 10 grandchildren, 7 of them are boys. I'm not trying to hear you trying to explain to me and tell me that according to your understanding and your research and your authors that you have penned in your book, that it's okay for some grown man to sleep with my grandson because he's an adult and he coerced him with his money and flares and jewelry and freaking fancy toys. You're not gonna come into the community, and as long as you keep doing that, I'm gonna be on you. I'm gonna always be here. If you wanna call it me getting, bro, I'm gonna always be hyper for righteousness. You wanna call it me ad hominems and all, you put all whatever words, whatever collegiate words you wanna put to it. I'm gonna keep it real, bro. You ain't gonna run that shit. And anytime I hear you running that shit, if I'm on that channel and I'm there, I'm going to come back at you, call it an attitude. Guess who else got an attitude? My God. He hates, he gets jealous, he loves, he has all those emotions. That's why we have them. And for me, you to try and put me down, make me think I'm going to feel upset by myself. I have not called you out your name. I am just expressing my thoughts and my feelings. You asked me up here, deal with it, but I haven't called you out your name. So deal with it, accept what I'm saying, and then we can move on from there. Next topic, but do not dare trying to tell me I'm coming out here emotional, because you guess what? I agree with you. I'm always going to be emotional for what I believe is righteous. And I'm always going to stick up for the Most High Yah forever, forever, forever. And judgment soon shall tell who is telling the truth. It shall soon come forth who is telling the truth, because we will see what flies land on what sticky paper.
Certainly. Like I said, to give context, I appreciate the critique. My books are available for peer review and for critique, academic critique. So if you want to critique my work, you can get the book. My email's in the back of the book. You can email me. We can do a debate or lecture topic on the topics. I don't need YouTube. I don't need books. I don't need any of this. I don't have to do this. I do this as a labor of love. I do this to help people who need help intellectually. So that's why I write books. My book, Home for Hustlers, it took me 2 years to write that book. It's $38. You're not going to find any book. I'll stop.
2 years to write one book. You wrote 40 books. How many years or days or hours did it take you to write the other 39?
Well, Home for Hustlers took me 2 years to finish. It's probably the longest book that I ever wrote. It's 300 pages. So that took me 2 years.
And that's the one you're going to keep bragging about. But the ones that
Well, it's my bestseller. It's my bestseller, so I was still going to brag about it.
But the ones that take you 9 days, you're just quoting books from what you've studied. And that's why every time someone asks you for a primary source, you cannot even give them a primary source, because you're going back to authors and their authors' opinions. Everybody always oppose another author. That's life. You will never have a writer and everybody agree with that writer. You always have opposing views. Always have opposing views. So if you go and choose the views of a few authors that match your view, that's what you're going to present. So for you to say you're doing us a favor, you're trying to help your people, which that the jury is still out. I've been trying to ask you, who are you, and show yourself. The jury is still out on if you are our people. And I want you to show yourself, and at least you don't have to do it to us, if for whatever reasons. But I hope you present yourself and show your face to JJ 7000 and Karima, so they can at least see who they're dealing with.
Yeah, again, I don't show my face for personal. Kanzu's here, so I'm gonna quote Kanzu. I'm dealing with some real life shit, dog.
Yeah, we are all dealing with real life shit, brother. But the thing is, there are a lot of people would call you COINTELPRO, and they would have all rights to do that.
Oh, my bad. That's not Kanzu. That's a different Kanzu. I'm sorry. That was Kanzu from the Kanzu community. I'm sorry. That's a different Kanzu. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, you thought you had backup coming here. Maybe you do. I don't know. But let's
different Kanzu. I thought that was Brother Kanzu from Soul Wisdom Debate League. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Hey, Brother Kaja, how you doing?
Brother Kanzu, shalom, brother. You got the floor.
Shalom, shalom, shalom. Assalamu alaikum. Hotep, Hashalomka, Alephia. Greetings to everyone. Greetings to everyone. I'm taking a back seat. I'm just listening to what's going on before I give any input. This is getting really steamy. I'm enjoying it. It's getting heated. The sister's coming with some fire right now, and I'm listening. I'm gonna comment, but I wanna get into the nitty gritty of this first. So I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and continue, and then I'm gonna bring my little 2 cents.
Well, thanks for coming on, brothers and honor. Yeah, sister, I'm just dealing with some real life shit, dog. As Kanzu was saying, not the different Kanzu. You know, I'm just dealing with some real life shit right now. So, you know, take it or leave it. Take it with a grain of salt. But Kanzu, you got the floor, bro. If you wanted to say something.
Okay. Well. Oh, let me make sure my mic. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the topic of this is correct me if I'm wrong, but is homosexuality. What's the rest of it?
It's the title of my book, and that's the title of my book. My book is called Homosexuality and Bible Myths: A Critique of the Gospel.
Homosexuality in the Bible.
And Bible Myths: A Critique of the Gospel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, this is I will tell you that this is a very tricky subject. The reason I say that is because as a practitioner of what some would call Kemetic or Egyptian or African or Nubian or Nile Valley civilizations, there are what might appear to be as homosexuality references in those texts as well. I think it's something that is in all ancient texts to some form of extent. Let me just say this, that my name is Brother Kansu and Yame. I'm a practitioner of the Hoodoo faith, which is or let me say not faith. I'm a practitioner of the Hoodoo way of life, which is a direct derivative from the ancient Kemetic and Nubian ways of life. And it's a lot of, controversy in our school of thought about that topic. And it's a lot of references in the Hebraic school of thought about that topic. It's a lot of references in the Islamic school of thought about that topic. So, and then of course you got medical science. So, me personally, I'm not a homosexual. I have a daughter. I love African women. I'm a mixed race African. I'm half Irish, half African. But I was raised in the, by my African side. And so I think this is going to be pretty interesting, man. I'm just, I'm waiting for it to get,
Pastor,
So you believe that the scriptures that man land with man is really actually talking about man land with children?
In the scriptures of the Quran.
Yes, and then you believe that Christ is gay, and what else he say?
No, I don't believe none of that.
that's the whole, that's what he's been for the last
Really?
Yeah, he said that the scripture when it says man shouldn't lay with another man, they're not talking about man laying with another man. He's talking about man laying with a child, but he said that it's not a sin and it's okay.
Really?
Yes. Yes. Okay.
What now? I gotta be honest. I've been doing this since 2000. I'm 36. I've been doing it for 20 years. I've never heard of that.
Me either. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, when he said it.
Yeah, that's wild right there.
Right now,
I would like to get some insight because I've never heard of that.
You don't want
the source. And he's saying he's not coming from like the blue letter and things like that, because I think he said that it was lies or something. Let the man speak for himself. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Yeah, I want to hear this. I want to hear this.
Yeah, so
let me mute my mic.
MashaAllah. Yeah, so there was an early sect of Christians called the Corporations. They had an early copy of the Gospel of Mark, Mark from the biblical narrative. And in the Gospel of Mark, they had Jesus was a pedophile and a homosexual. So in Clement of Alexandria, the church father was complaining about these Gospels of Mark. It was the early copy of Mark we don't have anymore because obviously somebody got rid of it, but it survived in history. So in this Gospel of Mark, Jesus was a pedophile and a homosexual. And the Corporations believed the pedophilia was a good thing, was part and parcel to their faith. Does that make sense?
Hey, well, okay. Now you know the next question coming, right? Where are the receipts? Show us something.
Yeah. Again, the sources of my book. My book is called Homosexuality and Bible Ministry with the Gospel by myself.
What's your source? What's your quote? What's your source?
Clement of Alexandria. He.
No. Stop. Where can I go to find this source?
Exactly.
Oh, the source is in the bottom of my book. I have to pull up the actual source. It's in the bottom. There's footnotes and sources all throughout the book.
You should know that. But go ahead. What is?
May I say this is the problem that I have had and many have had with Lewis over the past few years. He comes and every time we ask him, give us a source or tell. As a matter of fact, like I said, I commend him because at least he's been reading and showing some stuff from his books. But it was very difficult 3 years ago for him to show anything. His whole thing was come on there and promote this book, promote his books. And if you want to know the sources, you got to buy my book. The sources are in there. So here's the thing. Again, like he's telling you, the book is an ancient book and written by Mark. The way he explains it, Mark is the oldest New Testament writer, and the oldest book. There was an old book from Mark, and when they deciphered it back then, it spoke about Jesus was a homosexual. He had sex with children. And then someone asked him yesterday, well, where is the book? Where can we go and look it up and read this book? And he said, oh, these books are destroyed. So what he is doing in all of his books that he that he sells, whether he sells them on the stock market or in the black market, wherever he's selling them, he writes his opinions and his books according to his beliefs and sources of people, of things they believe, but there's no primary source because these books, the book he's talking about, that book doesn't exist anymore, Kanshu. That's my problem. It's like, if it doesn't, we are people who rely on, according to the scripture, the Hebrew, we are people of sight, smell, sound. The five senses, the scripture says the Most High gave us extra, those five senses. We are people that we always want proof. That's why we always ask, the Most High, send us proof. We always ask the prophets, who sent you? Send us proof. Send us proof. We are that kind of people. So he cannot come to our people in this day and age, in the last days, with all the folly going on, and come and tell us, read my book and see the quote. And when we go to his book, we're reading authors, and there is their opinion, and their opinion is on a book that doesn't exist anymore. That's my problem with him.
Kazu, you on mute.
Unmute your mic. Kansu, unmute your mic.
Not to cut you off, Goddess, but you made an intricate point. When you're coming to these platforms and to these battles, you have to have some kind of concrete information. You have a lot of people that have written commentaries on things. You have a lot of people that have given interpretations. For example, in Kemet, you have Herodotus, Diodorus Siculus, and other Europeans that visited ancient Kemet and took account of what they heard, but they were never really experienced in that. So when you're dealing with stuff like what this brother is saying, and he's failing to bring any concrete text or evidence, where can I resource it? Where can I find this in the Hebrew and the Aramaic? And when they fail to do that, that should be a warning to the people. We have to be able to distinguish ourselves from frauds and from pseudos and from people that are giving misleading information that we can't verify ourselves. If somebody comes with information that you can't check out, be afraid, be cautious, because something that this brother's saying here, it's not adding up. Something's not right.
I concur.
Yeah, something's not right.
I concur with you. Rabbi Lewis is on you.
It's based on Loden's work.
Rabbi Lewis, let me say this, Rabbi Lewis. I challenge you right now. I want you to provide to the Lion's Den and to the sister Devaniah and to everybody here. I want you to provide any concrete evidence from the scriptures to back up what you're saying, brother. Go ahead.
I already answered that. The volume you repeated verbatim. There was an early copy of the Gospel of Mark.
Early copy of the Gospel of Mark could have been a plagiarized, later added edition. We know that books were added during the Council of Nicaea, the Council of Hippo. I need you to show me in the text, brother. This is not difficult to do. Show me on some kind of text linking to some kind of Aramaic or Hebrew or any kind of what they call Afro-Asiatic language, and that I can refer to this, because I can't refer to King James because I know some of that stuff is mistranslated. Show me somewhere, anywhere where I can find this. Just show me anywhere.
Yeah, first of all, Mark was a mythical person. He was a disciple of a guy named Peter, who was a myth. Peter was Petra, the pagan god. Can I finish? Reach your mic for a second.
So you're giving me accounts from a person who you admit is mythological, meaning he didn't really exist.
Mark was the disciple of a mythical dude named Peter, who was named based on the pagan god Petra, who was the doorkeeper of heaven in the afterlife in Egyptian lore. So if you study Kemet, you should know that Petra, the pagan god, was the doorkeeper of heaven in the afterlife, right? Hold on.
No, that's not true.
You see,
Let me correct it.
you see,
That's crazy. Go ahead, sister.
yeah.
Well, let me just finish making my point real quick. Then so Marcus
Go ahead,
is
brother.
mythical. Associates the brother James and John as the sons of thunder, right? So in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 10, verse 35 to 45, it says the brother James and John were the sons of thunder. This is Greek mythology. It's actually talking about the Greek god Castor and Polydeuces, who was the son of Zeus the thunder. So the sons of thunder represents a Greek mythological story of Castor and Polydeuces, who was the son of Zeus, the god of thunder. So let's say it again. Mark 10:35 talks about James and John, Zebedee, who are the sons of thunder, right? But this is a ripoff of Castor and Polydeuces, who was Zeus' sons, the god of thunder. Oh, yeah, mythology.
All right. So, like I said, once again, you're saying a lot, but you haven't showed anything. I can share my screen, or you can share your screen, and I can take you to the text. I mean, and I ain't talking about the 1611 AD King James Bible. I can take you to the older text, and what I want you to do is find me somewhere in here where I can confirm this, because you failed to show. You're talking, but you're not showing. This is a debate, Lions Den debate league. You have to show, my brother. You can't just talk, or we
Brother, I
won't.
already gave it. You look up Castor and Polydeuces in Greek
Castor and
mythology.
Polythusius. What that
Can-
sounds like
may-
some Greek shit. That's Greek.
Yes, the Gospel of Mark is a plagiarism of Greek mythology. That's what I just said.
So automatically you should exclude that from Hebraic from Hebraic faith. You know why? Because it was an addition, just like the Trinity concept. It's not original.
Consul,
You need to get that out of your mind. It's not original. You just admitted it's not original.
Consul. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for splitting you guys the conversation, but I want to share with you, Rabbi Lewis believes that he says the Greek, the Septuagint, is the original text. There's nothing older. So the Hebrew, anything coming after that. In other words, he's trying to tell you Aramaic, which we spoke back then because our mothers came from Padan Aram. That's where our fathers went and got our wives from, Padan Aram. They spoke Aramaic. He promotes and speaks, and in his book, that the Septuagint existed before any Hebraic script of the scriptures. That like the so he's very tied to the whole Polytheistic view. He's very tied to the whole Greco-Roman point of view. He's very tied to all that concept. That's where he's very bound to that. And we know that in the Greco-Roman period, well, in the Greek-Roman period, and the Roman took it over and they just amalgamated, the whole system. But we know just from what we see in the temples and what they have left behind, because the scripture said the works of your hands and the words of your mouth and the deeds of your hands. What did the deeds of the hands of the Greeks and the Romans paint and leave for us to see till this day? Naked babies, naked statues, all that. They are very gay, very homosexual things. The Greco-Roman, when you read and study it, when I did 20 years ago, from my memory, the Greek culture, the women, it was like they tried to preserve themselves. So when they meet a man, and because they had to preserve their virginity, they went, and it was that part of the culture. Now, okay, you're gonna be with the man, but now it goes from the back. And the whole that Greek culture was there from even their literature tells you about Alexander the Great. Alexander the Great was a flaming batty boy, flaming batty man. But but at the same, he was what you would call homosexual. He slept with his sister Laquisha. He slept with men. He slept with boys. That's how they had the painters back, not the Roman. You had the painters back then, during that time of when you have Raphael, Donatello, during that time with the whole Ninja Turtle painters, that was the whole era going on back then. That Ninja Turtle painters era was the whole era going on back then with the Greeks. And the Greeks believed they were Abati, and that's written in their language, in their history, their culture, that they were, that it was a very sodomite culture.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And what he wants to do now is introduce that to the people who are here, who are holding on to the bit of belief, what we're hanging on to, that there is a creator hiding us, that we don't have a war, we don't have missiles, we don't have no laser beams, we can't fight these nations, we can't fight the UN, we can't fight the conglomerates, the crafty councils around the world. And we're going to believe in what the scriptures say, that hey, the only way, the most high can take them down, and there is a click clock tick time. And he wants us to believe that, hey, no, because that, because if we go and conform to his belief, guess what happens? Everybody gonna keep just doing what they want to do, and we're gonna be like Genesis chapter 1, when the whole thing with Noah and the ark, when it says everybody was going about doing their business, shopping, gaying, doing whatever the hell they want to do, because nobody was listening to the words that was being said. Yo, we in the last days. Straighten yourself out. Shub, ru, shub, pru, ru, rebu, imelu. The scripture says in Hebrew. You repent, you turn around and get yourself right. Consecrate yourself. Milu, consecrate yourself. It doesn't just mean fill yourself or fill the earth. It means consecrate. That word means also to consecrate. So when it says fill the earth, that same word means to consecrate. We are supposed to consecrate and keep this thing holy. And it starts with ourselves or our family, in our neighborhood, our community. You understand? That's how it starts. So when people out there trying to tell people you this and you that and you that and you that, and while they're telling them you're showing this and you're doing all kind of nefarious things online, you're not a teacher. You cannot be a teacher and you're coming about and you don't know how to speak to somebody. You could be harsh. That's the Most High. We have the voice of rivers, right? That resonating voice where we speak, people gonna listen, right? Forget about E.F. Hutton. We speak, somebody gonna listen. That's our commandment. We have that within us, right? But we're not using it. We're using it for nefarious reason now. We're using it to tear each other down now. And those who have that voice, they use it to spread, let me say, COINTELPRO, thoughts, and beliefs in our people mind. Boom, I say commend to the G Stones getting blown up in Georgia. Hey, that's people. If people not realizing, the Most High is like, yeah, they wrote 10 commandments there. The Most High said, my commandments. If people don't realize we're in the last days, there's a reason why whatever happened, they're calling it lightning. Some are calling it bomb. But I work in construction. I deal with granite. I deal with all different kind of materials. It takes a very powerful source to blow through and shred up whatever force came through to take down the Georgia Guidestones. That's all I'm saying. Most High says his commandments last forever. These Georgia Guidestones, I've been talking about it for over 15 years, blogging before I even knew what YouTube was. Everything is happening now. Understand? And now, so I'm sorry, I went a long way around to say that he promotes, and some of our brothers, they hang on to the Greek text and what the Greek's saying and what the Greek's saying. Like, but what is the Greek? I speak multiple languages, more than 3, but I read at least 7 to 10 slowly, but I read 7 to 10, and probably more if I took the time, because all words, the Most High in Genesis, when he said he confounded the language, when you look at the word is balal. Balal is Baal and the lal together. What did he do? He mixed. Every time you see that word balal, is he mixed the languages. So when people say, oh, there's a different language, and this and that, he mixed the language. He mixed it. That's why many of the language, you can communicate in different languages till this day. Many words sound alike, and you can trace back to languages and different cultures. Why? Because he mixed the language. They try to make it confound and separate it. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. No, he mixed it. That's how I know multiple languages now. It's mingled. So I'm sorry, I'll mute.
No, that's you hit on some key points, and let me say this. I'm sister, you to see sisters with that amount of information and that amount of energy, really, I'm humbled for that. I want to thank you for that. And everything you said makes sense. Now, I want to share, Sister Karima, I want to share my screen because we want to add some receipts to this. That's what we do in the Lions Den here. We deal with receipts. We don't deal with hogwash nonsense. So I'm gonna share my screen. Real quick. All right, so I got my screen shared. And let me go here. Is that your real name, Jay? Okay. So, do y'all see my screen yet? I got it shared. I don't see it. Okay, there we go. Boom. Perfect. Okay. All right. So this is from let me show my sources from Wikipedia, the history of homosexuality, right? And when we go down to these intricate details, right? When we get down to these intricate details, we see a little history, right? And we go down to that, they go to different countries: Japan, Sim, Europe, China, East Asia, and different, Middle Ages, the Renaissance, Middle East, Mesopotamia, South Pacific, Africa, Egypt, Western world. I mean, it goes in depth, right? Ancient Rome, ancient Greece. Now, when we get to the part about ancient Greece and ancient Rome is when we really see the explicit details. Ancient Greece, for example, says Greek men had latitude in their sexual expression, meaning, latitude, dominance. But their wives were severely restricted and could hardly move about the town unsupervised if she was old enough that people would ask whose mother she was, not whose wife she was. Men could also seek adolescent boys as partners, as shown by some of the earliest documents. Let me highlight this, because we're going to show that what this rabbi brother is really incorporating is Greek shit into his ideologies. It says men could also seek adolescent boys as partners, as shown by some of the earliest documents concerning same-sex pederastic relationships, which come from the ancient Greece. Ancient Greece. Though slave boys could be bought, free boys had to be courted. And ancient materials suggest that the father also had to consent to the relationship. So this is a historical DNA bloodline of Caucasoid, Caucasian, whatever you want to call them. If you're Hebrew, if you're Muslim, if you're Kemetic, you would call them different names. But this is in their DNA. This is what they incorporated into ours when they took over us. So the brother Rabbi is going to have a hard time. The brother Rabbi Lewis is going to have a hard time trying to make up for this, because we have so much. And I don't like to get too deep into my studies because I got so much more. But I just want to come and give a little spark, because this was a good conversation. Where Zion, let me tell you where Zion, the raging Rastafarian, he don't want no more smoke with Brother Kansu. But that goes to show that there was Greek influence, and I think Brother Rabbi Lewis is being influenced by Greek, and I agree with the sister, and that's what I got to say right now about that. And I'm gonna fall back and let some responses come in, and then we'll build.
So certainly, if you watched my lecture yesterday, you know the New Testament is complete Greek mythology.
So why are you going by it? Why are you going by if you're supposedly a rabbi?
Certainly, most rabbis don't believe in the New Testament. But I'm a Muslim now. I used to be Hebrew Israelite.
Oh, Lord. Wait a minute. What? You a Muslim?
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's confusing.
Fuck.
It's confusing.
I'm done. What in the Sam hell?
Oh, now you see why I have been as passionate as I have been. I've known him.
You're right.
So for 3 years.
This brother's confused.
And
he's lost.
It's
I just kept my name Rabbi. I went on rabbinical training before I took my shahada. So that's why I still call myself Rabbi. I'm a real rabbi. So anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, the whole Bible is Greek mythology and Egyptian mythology.
So if you were a murderer and you got out and you're on parole and you clear your name and you're trying to build a better life, would you still hang on and have the monikers? Yeah, I'm murderer Lewis. I'm murderer Lewis. Would you still hang on to that moniker even though you don't subscribe to it?
In that context, no.
What's that?
No.
So why do you do it in this context? What is it about the like what does the word rabbi mean to you actually? What does that mean to you?
It's called credentials. You got people who go to college. Like my mentor, he went to college for a buddy of mine. He went to school for computer programming. That was his major. I mean, and he doesn't work in his field, but of course, he's still a computer programmer, despite the fact that he works in retail. So he still I can't. Well, I'm not a computer programmer anymore because I don't work because of my field work in retail now. So he say, okay, you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
So let me ask you something. So I have not bragging or anything, but I have multiple degrees: civil engineering, land surveying, My film degree, special effects. I have film degree in screenwriting. So I have multiple degrees under my belt, but I have never and will never call myself a rabbi. So that's what I'm trying to say. Can you, like, just because you have knowledge and degrees and you went to college, all that, why would you hold on to something that you don't subscribe to anymore? So if I was a crackhead and I used to hold on to a crack pipe or a flag or a banner or something, once I depart from those ways, I'm releasing of those things. So I'm trying to understand why you still hold on to the name rabbi, though you're a Muslim. And yeah,
To that, the same way my mentor still is a computer programmer, despite the fact he doesn't work in never worked in computer programming and works in retail, the book business and in the retail business. But never he's gonna say, "Well, I didn't go to school for computer programming."
is this your same friend that you said that was your best friend?
I
Is
won't
is
say any
that your
names.
best friend?
I was gonna say his name because we fell out.
No, no, I didn't ask his name. I said, is
Oh.
this the same person that you say is your, yeah, who's your best friend or is your best friend or has been your best friend?
I'm not sure what lecture you're referring to. He was one of my best friends for years. Yeah,
Yeah,
we fell out. We fell out, so we don't talk anymore.
right. Oh, well, when you and I had a discussion in the past, you guys didn't fall out yet. And I
Yeah.
remember on this stream, we were on SVD. I don't want to bring up other channels, but we were on another platform, and we were asking you questions, and you mentioned that this same best friend of yours,
Yeah.
it's archived, that he had sexual relation with a minor. And
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. No, that's a different friend, different guy.
okay, so different guy. So, but the thing is, just because it's touched on and the topic is here, you have you have a best friend that you have been talking about for a few years now, and you even mentioned him and said he was, he had minor children. And we got on you on that. We jumped on you. I remember
You was there, sis. You was there for that. That was on.
yes, I was there for that, brother.
I
Because
don't remember seeing
I
you there. I
always
know
take
most people
sides
on the
for that.
panel. I didn't remember seeing
I
you though.
jumped on for that with you. I jumped on and chopped you up.
You must have been in the chat room.
I'm all, like I said, I lurk and I listen. That's what intelligence and wisdom is all about.
You
You
know what I'm
want
saying, sister. Meet your mic for a second,
but
cousin.
no, but I'm saying, but I did come on and speak to you about it, but you
Yeah,
just
man.
you just admitted that it was true. So you're not denying what
Bro,
I'm.
Consul got to meet your mic, bro.
You hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So let me explain this. Is this reference to the Malachi York case?
No, I was on a platform. We were having a discussion. I won't say the name of the show because we fell out as well. So,
Saw Naked TV?
huh?
No, we're not gonna name the show, but
Okay.
Ansu, the thing was on the show. He admitted, and we grilled him, and it was as far as, well, the platform was there. I was in the chat, but I a couple of times I did get on, and I was able to grill him myself. But this particular day, it was he talked about his friend, and he was talking about his friend is a millionaire, and this guy who's a millionaire, he's the one that introduced him and turned him on and gave him some shares, and that's how, something along that line, and that's how he became a millionaire and at the point where he's at. So he's been running this all this time, and then it was the whole subject. He started introducing, oh, I have a book that God is not against homosexuality or something like that, or God is a homosexual. So he put out a book similar, I might be paraphrasing or getting a word or two wrong on the title, but it's basically he's saying God is not against homosexual or God is homosexual. So I started like, yo, so I grilled him back on that. We grilled him back on that.
Yeah, so if I can speak on that, Sister Vanya, thank you for that, sister. Yeah, he's a good friend of mine. He's a different friend. He's a multi-millionaire.
Yeah.
He just told before we met. He was telling me.
Who is the
But he slept
multimillionaire?
with children, right?
He's
Who's
a
the multimillionaire?
pedophile. But he's a pedophile. Hold on, he's a pedophile though.
Exactly.
Who?
No, hold on, let me. A friend of mine. A friend of mine.
Oh, okay.
So, sister, let me clear that up. Before I knew him, I didn't know him when he was a pedophile. Before
Talking
we
about
met,
Nature Boy.
now nobody bro. This is somebody a friend of mine.
Okay.
So he Sister Kareem, before we met, he told me he used to be a Mason. He was in like a fraternity. You know fraternities, right, sis?
Yeah.
That's then.
Yeah, he was in a fraternity in college just before we met. I didn't know him back then. He's in his 50s, right? He's telling me, yeah, man, when I was in college, I was in a fraternity. I was a Greek fraternity, and we used to have do illicit sex rituals with young children. He told me this. This before I knew. I didn't know him back then. I wasn't a friend. I didn't know he was doing that stuff. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, man, we should do illicit rituals. This is a $1 million conversation. This is a conversation with millionaires. He's a multi-millionaire. He's rich, so he's worth over $50 million. So these rich people, they indulge in illicit sex rituals. And I didn't know.
Yeah, keep going.
Wait. Let me hold on, because I'm kind of confused. Hold on. So you saying it's before you met him, but you found out after you met him, and you still continue to kick it with him.
No, we don't talk. No, we don't.
No, I'm saying not because. Hold on. Not because of that. You don't talk on other reasons, but you still was cool with him, knowing that he was a pedophile, and they all hang around each other talking.
That's right.
And ain't no telling whatever the hell they was doing besides that. But my thing, I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah.
Do you sleep with children?
No, I never slept with a child.
Have you slept with another man?
Never. I've never done illicit sex before. My nephew.
Okay. All right.
We don't speak anymore. I don't speak to that guy anymore for other personal reasons. I never said I was okay with him being a pedophile. I never said I liked that. I never said I condoned it. It was just something he told me.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Go ahead, sister.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I'm gonna keep it real. I know I'm getting old, but my memory is sharper than my skin. All right.
Hold on, let me just say this. I do not condone, nor do I promote, nor do I support homosexuality or molesting children. I do not support that. I'm not a supporter of that. Let me make that crystal clear. I'm not saying it's a good thing.
That's what your doctrine is teaching.
Hold on, sister. Let me just make this crystal clear for Kareem and the audience. I'm not promoting homosexuality or pedophilia. If you molest a child, you need your head chopped off. I'm not.
But hold on, brother. But you saying that the Bible justify this? You using justification for it, so you have to be condoning it.
That's right.
No, that is. Hold on. That has nothing. No, brother. That's ridiculous. That's a faulty hermeneutic. That's a logical fallacy because I'm showing you something academically has nothing to do with
That's not a goddamn logical fallacy. That's a logical reasoning. What you're saying is logical fallacy. You're supporting the shit, but you're saying you ain't with it. So you're confused, brother.
This is ridiculous because I did research. Because let's say, for example, I write a book about Alexander the Great, right? How he was gay. Does that not mean I support homosexuality because I wrote a book on how Alexander the Great was gay? That's a logical fallacy.
You're right. That wouldn't. But you're saying that you're a rabbi and you're saying your teachings support it. So you're saying you're supported, but you're misconstruing the teachings.
I wrote a book on Alexander the Great being a homosexual. Does that mean I condone homosexuality? That's just okay because I wrote a book on how he was gay? That makes no sense.
But no. Okay, Lord, listen.
Because I wrote a book about Alexander the Great being gay means I'm gay now? That means I support homosexuality? Because I wrote a historical book on Alexander being gay? You know how ridiculous that is?
Lewis, if we go back to archives from, I don't want to call out the channel, but listen, there are people who are very willing to go and check and get it. All right? There are people sitting down waiting to do this. So the best thing now, we're in the last days, come forward, speak truth. You were challenged on this, where you came out and you kept bragging about your best friends and your friends a millionaire and you're millionaire, and you spoke about this guy and you said he was the one that introduced you and gave you shares. He gave you, I forgot how much you said he blessed you with, and that's how you got your head start. And we, the guys on the panel at that time, I was in the chat, but before I got to challenge you, the guys will challenge you very well, and they trapped you where they ask you, so how the guy this and that, and come to find out you kept mentioning the guy and saying, well, he's my best friend, he's my best friend. And then they said to you, but wait a minute, you're telling me he's still your best friend, but you have told us that he's done this. Now you're sitting here trying to make it look like, oh, this was something he did in the past, and oh, I forgive him now. You were still, and you don't know what he's going through, what he does, but a statistic show and life shows people like that with that mentality, you don't snap a finger and they change like that. And you defended him. This is the guy that made you rich. And now the same guy who is into pedophilia, who is into different multiple forms of body, be it man or woman, this is the same religion that you are trying to, I call it a religion. You are trying to preach a religion and a doctrine now to us, for us to accept the same kind of shit that your ex-partner, you're calling him, that made you a millionaire.
That's right.
That's what he did, right. And that's
Facts.
how you met him.
Facts.
That's how all this time you knew that about him, and then Dave grilled you. You were grilled on that. So he's still your best friend, and he's like, yeah,
he's not. I don't talk to him anymore. We haven't spoken in months.
Yeah,
I don't talk to that guy.
Recently. That could be a year ago, but 2-3 years ago, you were still calling him your best friend. But okay. I'm saying right now, you're trying to promote him like this is something he did in the past.
Here's the thing.
He's the same.
Let me just say this real quick before Kanzu goes. And you see, this is, you understand. This is just like, hold on, let me hold on, brother. Let me respond to that, because you're not rich, so you wouldn't understand the conversation. It's like being in the club, right? Being in the club. P. Diddy, he owns a company called Ciroc, right? Ciroc, you know Ciroc, right? The drinking company, the alcoholic company, right? Hello?
Go ahead, brother. If you're waiting for cheers from the audience, just keep
Yes,
going.
we know what Ciroc is, brother. Yes.
So yeah, Diddy, I know people who know Diddy personally. So Diddy, we're in the club with Diddy. Diddy's like, yo, you're not gonna pop nothing but Ciroc in here. You get in the club with P. Diddy in the club, they're like, yo, let me finish my point now. He'll be like, yo, I know people was with Diddy. He's like, yo, they was in the club with Diddy. Diddy was like, yo, you're not gonna pop nothing but Ciroc in here tonight. You're not gonna pop no rosé, not gonna pop no champagne. Only thing that's gonna get popped tonight is Ciroc. It's $1 million conversation. It's a different world in the millionaire world. Do you know what people would? Do you know what a person would do for $1 million? They'll bend over and give you that. No, I don't want to curse, but they're indulging in illicit sex, which is with children.
Yeah, you know what people would do?
And you promote them.
People that will sell their souls.
Yeah, do you know a person? Let me finish, brother. Let's respond.
Man, let's be serious. What are you justifying? What are you justifying?
Let me just finish my point real quick. Hold on. Let me just finish what I'm saying. Diddy told them, you're not gonna pop nothing but Ciroc in here tonight. It's $1 million conversation. What was I saying before that? I'm sorry, maybe it was a train of thought. Oh yeah, do you know what somebody would do for $20 million in their bank account? They'll bend over and take 1 million penises up the anus. Excuse my language. Yo, they'll molest children for $20 million. You know what people would do for $1 million? You have any idea how what people would do for that?
But isn't that how you said your friend did, and how your millionaire friend made you a millionaire, and that's what?
Bro, 90% of millionaires, 90% of millionaires, 70, 80, 90% of millionaires. Hold on, let me finish. 90% of millionaires in the music industry, because I'm in the music industry, are homosexual. They indulge in illicit sex rituals and homosexuality. I'm talking about like 89% of rappers.
You said it's not a sin, right?
No, hold on. We deal with that next.
Is it a sin?
Hold on.
Is it a sin? Is it a sin or not? Is it a sin or not?
Is it a sin?
Yeah.
Is it a part of the mitzvah? No, it's not a part of the. No.
Is it a sin according to the scriptures?
I'm a Muslim. I don't go by the Bible.
Is it a sin according to Islam, nigga? I'm an Islamic scholar. Is it a sin according to the deen of Muhammad?
Yes, it's haram.
Thank you. So cut it out. Stop.
No,
but not biblically. Not biblically. The Bible doesn't condemn. It does
and the Bible does condone homosexuality. Man, you crazy.
So, and I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna get the floor. 80% of millionaires in the music industry.
You're a nut. You're a nut, dude. You're a nut. That don't justify shit. That just justifies the 80%.
That he right. Hold on, he right. And they be messing with children that Pizzagate stuff.
Yeah, so 80% of the rappers,
but that doesn't mean that it's right. He's condoning it.
I'm not condoning it.
Right.
I already said if you're a pedophile,
he's saying it's not a sin.
Let me finish saying this. If you molest a child, you need your head chopped off.
Exactly. He's saying it's not a sin. Exactly.
No, here's what I'm saying. 80% of rappers,
man, what you doing is you fucking with them semi industry niggas.
What they saying is never mind about the rappers. Because they homosexuals hold on, Consul. Never mind about what they do. We talking about, is it wrong, and you know what I mean? Is it a sin? And we trying to stick there, not what they do, because we believe that it's probably more numbers than that. But let's stick to what what is right and what is wrong.
According to all faith, Muslim, Islam, Kemetic, it's all wrong, I think.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is this. I'm not condoning homosexuality or any of that. What I'm saying is 80% of these millionaires and billionaires. Hold on, brother, stop cutting me off. 80% of these billionaires, millionaire actresses, actors, entertainers are homosexuals. They're indulging in illicit homosexual rituals.
So is that why you connected with your business partner and why you are a millionaire now?
Okay, I never did anything gay or nor did I ever compromise.
No. I'm just asking you a question because you said that's what that lifestyle is. You said you connected with your partner. You said your partner was a pedophile. You said he's the one that made you a millionaire. And here's where you are. And now what you're promoting in most of the books you write, you promote that pedophilia there's nothing wrong with pedophilia and there's nothing wrong with homosexuality.
Okay, so let me get some perspective. There's another dude. Let me get some perspective. Hold on, brother. I'm coming on. Let me just say this real quick. There's a millionaire that I know. His name is Brother Polite. Everybody knows Brother Polite. I know him
Don't
personally.
throw somebody else under the bus. Please.
Man, yeah, thank you.
I'm not throwing him under the bus.
Polite case is still pending. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Polite case is still pending.
Answer the question.
I don't believe you're a millionaire, so let's not.
I never did, Karima. I never did.
Yeah, he was stealing people money and all that stuff. We're not.
Hold on. Let me just say about Polite real quick.
Until Polite is convicted, you can't speak.
Hold on, let me just say this real quick.
His case is pending, so stop. Get back to the shit you trying to condone.
No, I'm not.
Don't jump the Brother Polite, brother.
Hold on, brother.
You ain't fucking with no rookie.
Yeah.
Stick to your own
Show
shit.
us in the Bible. Show us in the scriptures. Show us in the Quran.
No, hold on. Let me just say this real quick. That's not why I brought up Polite about his court case where they found his semen on the girl. That's not what I was referring to. Minister Inky did a video because they used to be best friends.
Found shit because he ain't been convicted yet, nigga.
Stop cutting me off.
They ain't found shit because he ain't been convicted yet.
Stop cutting me off. Let me make my point. Don't cut me off, please.
No,
I didn't cut you off. Let me finish making my point, please.
YouTube sources. You're going to other YouTube personalities.
No, hold on. Let me finish my point.
Rabbi Lewis, you a coon. I'm gonna look you up. I'm about to blast your ass like I'm blasting Jamal.
Okay, hold on. Can you mute that mic so I can finish what I'm saying, please, real quick?
Yeah, please. Thank you. Let him finish.
Yes, thank you. Brother Polite, I know him. I used to have a blog talk radio show. Polite was a guest on my show multiple times. I know Polite personally. Polite, I'm not talking about his.
What's his real name? What's his real name then?
Brother, let me finish. Stop cutting me off.
Wait, Consul, hold your question, Consul. Hold your question.
Yeah. I met Polite.
He's a faker.
This guy keeps talking. Stop talking over me, please. So, Consul, hold on. So, I met Polite years before he was rich, before he was a millionaire. I met Polite through his roommate. My best friend was friends with his roommate. It's back in 2011. I invited him on my show to do a lecture. He's been on my show. It's still up on the internet to this day. Minister Inky, who is a friend of Polite, used to be best friends before they fell out. He showed how Polite owned some gay nightclubs. And there was a gay dude that was at one of Polite's nightclubs that he owns in California, I think, or Miami. And he was on camera with
Show
Polite.
some proof. All you doing is talking. Show something.
Bro, you cut me off again. I'm almost done.
You
Bro.
ain't showing nothing, bro.
You almost done. Let him finish, Dasu.
Yeah, so Polite owns gay nightclub, because according to Minister Inky, anyway, I don't know. I never talked to Polite. Polite didn't tell me this. I talk to Polite all the time. Polite, Inky said that Polite
So
owns
that's
gay nightclub.
secondhand
Oh
information
my God,
that you received from Inky, who
this guy
hates
caught me
Polite
off
because they
again.
beefing.
He cut me off
You
again.
sound
You
like
can't
a
control
coon,
yourself.
nigga. I'm gonna blast your ass.
You
Trust
can't
me.
control yourself. You're 36. Can you control yourself? You claim to be 36, bro. Control yourself, bro. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so according to Inky, who did a video, there was some gay dude at some gay nightclub, I think in Miami or California, I can't remember, in Los Angeles, and he saw Polite at the nightclub. So Polite, on the low, owns gay nightclubs. So does that make him gay now because he owns gay nightclubs? No, it's a lucrative business. It's a business venture. Doesn't mean he's gay now because he owns gay nightclubs. That's all I have to say.
And that was weak, and it means nothing. So lastly, I'm gonna ask you, brother, to prove according to, because let's get back to the facts. I want you to show according to scripture, Islamic, Judaic, or whatever, where it condones that, because that's what you're doing. You're condoning that. So show me according to some kind of text. I don't give a fuck what it is. Go ahead.
20% battery, so I got 30 more minutes. So, okay, Islamically, hold on, brother. Control yourself, bro. Control yourself, man. You're a grown ass man. Control yourself. Islamically, homosexuality is haram. It's forbidden. I agree with that. Biblically, it's questionable. That's what I'm saying.
Can I get in somewhere here, because if it's all possible, Sister Karima?
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go, scholar.
All right, peace. How y'all doing?
Peace.
We're doing good.
All is well, my brother. Peace and greetings, beloved.
Okay. If I could start at the very last thing I heard Rabbi Lewis say, in terms of homosexuality, Islamically, I know that you practice a different version of Islam to what we would consider mainstream Islam. But correct me if I'm wrong. The view of Islam on homosexuality is that for a person to be homosexual, that's not haram, but it's engaging in the act of homosexuality. That's where it is wrong. Am I right on that?
I would agree.
He's talking to me, bro. Semantics. I agree, though. I agree.
No, it's not semantics. What basically what the teaching is that you can control who you are. So a person can be born, not born, but a person can be discovered that they're homosexual, that they're attracted to the same sex. It's not a sin.
At a very young age.
It's not a sin per se if you feel like that. The sin is acting upon those desires. That's the Islamic view as far as I understand it. So it's not semantics. And yeah, what I really wanted to do was to get back to the beginning of certain of the claims that are made in your book. What I didn't get, I was hoping that somebody would try to get the name of that early Gospel of Mark that you referred to quite a few times, because I was looking for it. I haven't been able to come across it. Now, I do agree with you with certain things you state about as far as certain aspects of the Bible is, but I wasn't able to get my hands on that particular Gospel of Mark. So can you actually tell me clearly what that gospel is so I can see if I can find it?
So my phone's dying. You can go get the book, man. Sources in the book. The book's only $5.99. It's very affordable. All the sources in the book. I don't have time to divulge that, but the book is called it's on Amazon for $5.99. It's called Homosexuality and Bible myths. You see, it's in the thumbnails. You just
No,
copy and paste the thumbnail and go
no,
through
I
the book.
got your, I saw your book on the thing, but that was not the question. The question was the Gospel of Mark that you said referred to Jesus as an homosexual.
Yeah, it was the early gospel mark that the corporations had. The corporations were early Christian sect that believed that pedophilia was part and parcel to their religious faith, and they had an early gospel mark where
What was the
Jesus
name of that group?
huh?
The name of that Christian group?
It's based on I believe they call it the Q document, if I'm not mistaken.
Man, that
No,
early
no.
Gospel of Mark,
Yeah,
that shit is nowhere in the original,
a
man.
Google Scholar. He has. Yeah, he has.
He's a Google scholar. Thank you, sis.
No. I'm speaking to Google Scholar, and
Oh, okay.
I'm
Yeah.
letting Google Scholar know. That's the thing. He has stated that the primary source, this book, this old version of Luke, where it stated that it doesn't exist anymore, but there are writers who spoke and wrote about it in the past.
Correct.
So
And they
he
were Greeks.
right,
Oh, okay.
exactly, and he's gathering his thoughts and his beliefs and his books from this source, from those
So
sources.
before I go, I just want to make it crystal clear again for the audience and anybody who follows my work. I do not condone nor support homosexuality or pedophilia. Like I said earlier, because I wrote a book on homosexuality, and doesn't make me gay. It's like
No, I wasn't accusing you of any of that.
no, not you, but I mean just the audience and people who are on the panel before you got on. You know,
no,
I can
I
write a
accept
book.
your.
Like I said, hold on, brother. I can write a book on Alexander being gay. Doesn't mean I'm gay. You see what I'm saying? I don't condone it. My business partner, who's a millionaire, indulged in homosexual acts before we met in explicit Illuminati sex rituals before I knew the guy. We don't talk anymore. I don't condone him doing that, so I don't support that. Furthermore, that's
Illuminati sex rituals. Don't let that slip past you guys.
No, I accept his confirmation that he does not support it. We don't have to dwell on that. I think he doesn't
because
support it.
people when I
But
said that
but
before, people were like, was this guy condoning this? And I'm
Google
not.
Scholar, let me ask you something. If you don't support something, would you always be there, and will you allow that thing that you don't support to make you a millionaire?
No, but I
But
didn't.
this is what he has said.
Let
He
me show
said
how, let me show how
he
intellectually
became a
unhonest that is.
millionaire because of this
Let me
guy.
show how unhonest
He
you sound.
he
And
did
let
it
me
in the
show, hold on, hold
past,
on, hold on.
and he supported
Hold on,
him.
let me say this to Divine real quick. This is ridiculous. This is just like you everybody on this panel, I'm sure, owns a cell phone. You know, there's a mineral in Dr. Umar Johnson brought this out before. There's a mineral in your cell phone for the cell phone to work that comes from African gold mines, silver and gold mines, and little black children are being exploited uh, for these to get these resources for you to have a cell phone to speak on. So, do you now stop using your cell phone because little black children are being exploited for you to talk your black ass on the cell phone? Do you now say, okay, I'm not going to use cell phones now because little black children, African children are being exploited? You see how
No,
unhonest you sound?
No,
no,
I get it. I
no,
get it.
no.
It's
What
a
I'm
moral
saying is,
question.
I don't want you to tell any one of my 7 grandchildren that any one of
No,
my
no,
7
stop using your cell
grandboys
phone. Throw your
that
cell
it's
phone
okay
out.
for a man
Throw
to
your
go
cell
and
phone out.
penetrate them.
Throw your cell
I don't
phone
want
out.
them to
Throw your
know
cell phone
or
out.
feel
Throw
that
your cell phone out.
that's real or comfortable or that's right.
Throw
That's
your
what
cell
I'm
phone in the
talking about.
garbage because little black children, African children in Africa, are being exploited
I'm
for cheap
responsible
labor.
for my household. I'm
Just throw your
responsible.
cell phone away
Everybody's
because little
responsible for
black
their
children are being
household.
exploited.
All right,
Little black
listen,
children.
listen.
All right.
It's a moral question. You can have different points of view in this. Like he mentioned before, the issue of somebody owning a gay nightclub. I personally wouldn't do it, but I wouldn't condemn you if that's the way you choose to make your money. So it's a moral question. So I don't think we have to dwell on that. I think I'd rather get back to the information about his that he has in his book concerning the ideas in his book.
Hey, peace
Before
to
you
the
get, I just
panel.
want to
Can
say,
I
like I
speak
was saying,
before Rabbi leaves?
hold on, like I was saying, I'm gonna use the floor. Throw your cell phone in the garbage because there's a mineral in your cell phone from Africa, and little black African babies are being exploited for cheap labor for you to have a cell phone. So stop using your cell phone. So that means it's wrong to use a cell phone because little black children are being exploited in Africa.
I'd like you to hang around. I'd like you to hang around a bit more, Rabbi Lewis, because I got a question, and there's another brother here with some questions.
Let Volume of the Book answer a question. And Albert, Trench, you there?
Yes, ma'am. I just say I just came to.
Yeah, I got you. So after Volume of the Book, you can go.
I appreciate you, Karima.
You're welcome.
Hey, brother Rabbi. So everybody been asking you about the book, and you wouldn't give up the title of the book. So the book you're talking about is called The Secret Book of Mark, correct?
Yeah.
All right. It's a Gnostic gospel, right?
Is it Gnostic? I said the corporations were early Christian sect.
No, but what I'm asking you, I didn't ask that. I got the book. I got it on my screen. So I'm asking you, is it a Gnostic gospel?
Is it Gnostic? Hey, you can call it that. No problem.
No, it is a Gnostic gospel.
No
so
problem.
Now here's my question. In the Gnostic gospel of Mark, the passage that matter of fact, can I show it, Karima? Can I show the passage he's talking about?
Yeah, you can.
Appreciate you. Let me share my screen. Watch this, y'all. Watch what this assumption is coming from. This is ridiculous. All right. So this is the passage that's in question right here. Right? It says this. It's real short. It says, and they came to Bethany, and there was a woman there whose brother was dead. And she came and fell down before Jesus and said to him, Son of David, have mercy on me. But the disciples rebuked her. And in anger, Jesus went away with her into the garden where the tomb was. And immediately a loud voice was heard from the tomb. And Jesus went forward and rolled away the stone from the door of the tomb. And immediately he went in where the young man was. Here it goes. Stretched out his hand and raised him up, grasping him by the hand. But the young man looked upon him and loved him. Y'all heard that? This is where the nonsense comes from. The young man looked upon him and loved him, and began to entreat him that he might remain with him. And when they had gone out from the tomb, they went into the young man's house, for he was rich. And after 6 days, Jesus commissioned him. And in the evening, the young man came to him, clothed only in linen cloth upon his naked body. And he remained with him that night. For Jesus was teaching him. Oh, one more time. For Jesus was teaching him the mysteries of the kingdom of God. And from there he went away and returned to the outer bank of the Jordan. Now, let me tell y'all what happened with this. That's the passage right there. Now, what they did was they took this passage. The whole history is on the internet of what this whole story is about. They took that passage right here. It's a gay guy. I can't think of his name, but it's in the article. You can read it. And he is a gay Christian. And he didn't believe that homosexuality should be seen as evil. So he took this writing here, right, and basically turned it into a gay story because it says that the man looked upon him and he loved him. The other one said he had on a linen cloth over his naked body. And then what happened later on is, I'm trying to do this quick because I heard Rabbi say he got to go, right? And then later on what happened is the reason why he brought in Clement of Alexandria is because what happened, matter of fact, let me show y'all real quick. It's in the same write-up. Hold on real quick. Real quick. It's been debunked like 1,000 years ago. Okay, I'm being facetious, but watch this. So here it goes right here. It says, yet does this passage prove that Jesus was gay? In no way. The three observations on which the assumption rests must be examined. The language of the young man. While it is true that the young man thought by some to be rich, the rich young ruler mentioned earlier in Mark 10, looked upon Jesus and loved him, there is no suggestion in the text that this was an erotic love. It is not uncommon to read of Jesus loving others, both men and women. He loved the young ruler, John, Lazarus, but he also loved Mary and Martha. And they give verses, to reference. The love of the young man toward Jesus was doubtless of the same nature as the love Jesus had for the world, John 3:16, and for his heavenly Father, John 17:23. Hold on 1 second. The pure, dispassionate love that ultimately results in sacrifice. If we are to understand the love agapeo, which is the Greek, as sexual love, Then the New Testament commands to love your enemies and love your neighbor. And Jesus' instruction to his disciples to love one another as he had loved them must take on an entirely new meaning. Secondly, almost done, the attire of the young man. The young man was wearing a linen garment in the fashion of the Greeks, which would not have been unusual, according to Miller. The rich man would not have worn his woolen outer garment inside the house necessarily, and there still is nothing to suggest any disrobing or even physical contact. The phrasing clothed only in a linen cloth wrapped around his neck or body is also not unique. The Greek phrase is exactly the same as Mark 14:51, the account of the young man fleeing from Gethsemane. It has even been suggested that this similar phrasing is intentional and indicates that these two men are one and the same. The linen garment he was wearing also was used by Jews as a burial shroud, see Mark 15:46. So it is possible that the young man was wearing the robe as a result of his time in the tomb. Lastly, right here, the denial of Clement. Just let me talk about Clement, because he was saying that Clement said that he had sexual intercourse with young boys or whatever madness he said. Watch this. The denial of Clement. Clement stressed to Theodore that the phrase naked man with naked man, listen to this, y'all, was absent from the genuine text of Mark. And we have no reason to doubt his word. The phrase is only mentioned because it seems to have been included in the Carpocratian version, which is the corrupted version, according to Clement, by the way. Clement acknowledged that the Carpocratian version was a forgery. He said, the one I got don't have that in it. It goes on to say, which according to Clement was manipulated by those heretics to justify their Levantine practices. So your own source book that you chose, Rabbi, is against you. Clement said that book was corrupt. That's all. I yield the floor.
In front of that, this guy just shot himself in the foot, don't even realize it. All he did was just admit that the Corpocratians were homosexuals, because the Corpocratians tampered with Mark to make it say naked man with naked man.
Right, which means it wasn't legit. It's a forgery. You killed yourself.
Hold on. Do you yield to the fact the Corpocratians tried to?
Brother, that's irrelevant. The verse, the point that you're trying to make about Jesus being a homosexual, Clement said that was a forgery.
Of course,
that's the point.
Let me deal with that. Was the Corpocratians?
I don't care. I don't care less about them. I'm talking about Jesus. I don't care about them.
You just shot yourself in the foot. You just admitted the Corpocratians were gay. You just admitted that.
Did I shoot myself in the foot? Anybody?
You just admitted that.
Anybody on the panel? Did I shoot myself in the foot, or did I show that his source is corrupt?
You spoke. Let me respond now. Let me respond. Yeah. So all he did was just admit that the Corpocratians were homosexuals because they put naked man with naked man.
Was that in the original Mark? According to Clement, that you was trying to use, what did Clement say about that phrase?
Okay. The only issue with your hermeneutic.
What did Clement say about that phrase?
Mute your mic and let me respond and cut you off. So the only issue with you're saying is the Corpocratians were Christians. They were early second Christians.
Bro, there's gay people in every religion. Who cares? What did Clement say about that passage?
Clement is not God. Clement is not my
That's
God.
who you was using. You was throwing them around. I've been listening to you the whole time. I just couldn't get on because I was doing something.
My God. Clement's not my God. What are you talking about?
I hope he's not your God. The point is, you were saying that Clement endorsed that thing, and I just showed you that's a lie.
I did not say. If you look at my book, I never said Clement.
I'm talking about what you said tonight on this panel.
Clement said, and I got to quote my book. You look at my book.
Bro, I'm looking at it right here. I don't need your book.
Clement said Clement wasn't saying he agreed with it. He said he was condemning the Corpocratians for their version of Mark. I never said he agreed with it.
So then how could you stand on Jesus being gay if Clement himself said that they're lying?
Because Clement is not God. First thing. Second
thing. So is Clement wrong?
Let me finish. Clement is not God. The second thing, the Corpocratians were Christians themselves. They were Christians. They were Christians. They were a Christian sect. What are you talking about?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you one last time because everybody sees what's happening. I'm gonna ask you one last time. According to Clement, the claim that Jesus was gay, is that true or not? According to Clement,
no, Clement is not God. Why are you trying to?
Brother, I didn't ask you was he God. Everybody up here know he's not God. I'm gonna ask you one more time.
Why are you dick riding Clement?
Bro, if that makes you feel good to say that, you're getting emotional, and it's okay. I understand. But my question to you is this: according to Clement, did he say that quote about Jesus was true or false?
I said it 20 times. He said it was false.
Okay, then. So your whole house just fell apart.
How so? Okay. Corporations were early.
Let me ask you a question here. They were early Christian sect that thought Jesus was gay. What are you talking about? Rabbi
Oh,
Lewis.
it's just gays in all religions. That's ridiculous. That sounds stupid. But
Rabbi
let me
Lewis.
say one thing that if I could, Karima, real quick.
Go
Let me
ahead.
just ask you a question.
Yeah,
Go
let me just say
ahead.
this real quick.
Google Scholar want to ask something after you say
Yeah,
that.
certainly.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's an honor. So, for example, David's sons, David was from the tribe of Judah. His sons were Kohanim, were priests, which is a provision for the tribe of Levi. But David's sons were considered Kohanim. So the scribes said, oh, there's an issue here. Because how could his sons be Kohanim when that's a provision for the tribe of Levi? So they'll say the word there is to be an advisor, not a priest, but that's bullshit. The word there is Kohanim, which means a priest. So it contradicts the Bible. So yes, Clement said that this shit was, excuse my language, excuse me. Clement did say this was tampered with by the corporations, but that's inconsequential because the corporations were Christians themselves.
So who's the one that said Jesus was gay? The corporations?
Correct.
And what did Clement say about them?
Clement is not God. Why do you keep dick riding?
Why you can't answer that question, bro? You afraid of that question.
Why do you keep quoting Clement as if he's a God?
I'm quoting Clement because you was earlier. That's why.
Hold up, brother. Hold up.
My bad. I yield.
Who cares what Clement thinks? Who cares?
Rabbi Lewis.
Yes, I yield.
Yes. What I want to ask you is the idea that Jesus was gay in your book, does that hang wholly on this particular passage?
Yeah, certainly. This is one of the passages in question.
No, I'm asking you, is there any other evidence or is just this passage?
Yes, there's other evidence, yes.
Okay, I have not heard it, but if it's just this passage, you have to at least admit that this passage is being disputed by Clement.
Hold on, the Joash tablet, about King Joash. Some scholars say it was it contains patina. No, patina is right. Patina is like if you have like a pair of Jordans and it gets like you get dirty. That's called patina in artwork, right? So they found the Jehoahaz stone with King Jehoahaz from the tribe of Judah, and some scholars say it was a forgery. But then other scholars
this
say
has
it wasn't.
nothing to do with Jesus.
No, so I'm making a point. Just because you can go to apologeticpress.com and somebody's giving the opinion piece about something being debunked, it's the same with Jehoahaz tablet. Some archaeologists say it's real, some say it's not. So I can show you other sources that may disagree with the source. That's what I'm saying.
So I could give y'all this actual link. Do y'all want this link? Because it's way deeper than what I said. I was just trying to hurry up. It's a lot more in here than just that.
Yeah, but I didn't feel like you dealt with my question. My question was regarding the homosexuality of Jesus. Do you admit that this is the only evidence you're standing on in terms of
this
that?
Is not the only evidence. I got George Martin Smith's work. I believe it was George Martin Smith. He said, and I got different popes. I quote my work, so Jesus might have been homosexual as well. From a particular pope.
Okay. A pope.
And he keeps trying to, this guy's retarded. He keeps trying to make Clement God.
I'm retarded.
No, stop, bro.
Clement said this. Clement said this. Clement said that. Therefore, it's real. It's historical.
Now, hold on 1 second, real quick. You were talking about Divania and ad hominems earlier, right? I came on and haven't called you anything, and now I'm retarded.
You know what? I apologize. I got heated.
Sorry. Let's not do that.
I apologize. It won't happen again. So he went to apologetic press.
Hold on. God mind. If you want to come up here and assist with Rabbi, then you more than welcome. God mind. Go ahead, Rabbi.
I apologize for the ad hominem.
It's all good,
I
brother.
got a little heated, bro. So, they'll be ruining the speech. Excuse me. So he went to apologetic press and presented an argument. Same thing as I mentioned with the Jehoahaz tablet. Some archaeologists consider it historical. Other archaeologists say it's a forgery. It's a matter of opinion, of perspective. So just because he shows one source that says one thing, I can show another source that says something else. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but looking at it objectively, because I don't have a dog in this fight, because I'm not a believer. But if you're using that source to substantiate the idea that Jesus was gay, you have to at least admit that this is disputed, so it's not actually very good evidence.
Hold on, brother. I was disputed by who? Clement. Clement is, as I said, for the fifth time, but it's not God. It's not God.
Yeah, but the people that you're leaning on, that they were homosexuals, he's disputing them. So he's
not disputing that. Corporations were homosexual. He just admitted that they were gay.
and they tamper
Yeah,
with
but
Mark.
he's disputing the content of the book.
No, he just proved that the corporate creators were homosexual.
But that was never my point. I was trying to show that your reference to Jesus had no bearing once Clement, who lived during the time of what you're talking about, he lived during that time, and he's debunking that information. And I don't only have this. I just pulled this up because it's easy to find.
He's debunking that the corporate creators said based on what? Based on what? What is he basing his hermeneutic on? That's the question. Do you even know? Obviously you don't, but go ahead.
No, he said, according to what I understand, he had a copy of the Gospel of Mark, and he's saying he's disputing their copy of the Gospel of Mark. Now, I'm not here to say he was right and they're wrong, but I'm saying if it's disputed like that, you have to at least admit that that is not very good evidence, because it can be true either way.
I was looking at some shit the other. I'm gonna curse. I was looking at stuff the other day. The company Gap. This dude selling hoodies. He's got a his logo was GAUP, not GAP like the Gap. They sent him a cease and desist letter. If you know anything about copywriting, they sent him a cease and desist letter like, yo, stop selling this stuff because it has the same logo as ours. The logo is totally different, bro. So you see this happen all the time. Even with the company Gap sending the brother his clothing company a cease and desist letter like, yo, your shit copied our shit. It was totally bullshit because his logo says it's not with Gap, it's GWAP. It's
yeah,
a
but I
different.
don't
He's like,
get
what the hell is going on?
the reference there.
He's like, yo, what the hell is going on? Why are they sending me a cease and desist letter when my logo looks nothing like their logo? And they're trying to sue him. Michael Jackson, everywhere he used to go, he used to have a camera crew to prevent himself from petty lawsuits because people try to sue him because they know he's rich. So he used to have a camera crew everywhere he went to prevent himself from petty lawsuits so people couldn't sue him. So he did
and this
everything
ties into this topic. How?
It doesn't.
It's relevant. So just because somebody disputes something historically doesn't mean it's factual. That could just be somebody.
Yeah, but that goes both ways. That's the point I'm making. It goes both ways.
Of course it does. But the focal point of this, and I yield, is that the corporate creators were gay, and they were Christians. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
they were gay Christians.
So in this article, I just want to say, in this article, like I said, I pulled that part because it was just easy to kill what he was saying. But in this article, and I'll send it, put the link, anybody wants it. It's not just one source. It's several sources in this article debunking that theory. That's an old played out theory. Several people are debunking it with several sources in this article.
Yeah,
like here's the thing. That's why I asked him, did he know it was a Gnostic gospel? It's also included with the Gospel of Thomas. And if y'all ever heard the story when Jesus was a little boy, he pushed the boy off a building and then raised him from the dead. He ripped a bird in half and put the bird back together and all that madness. It's along them same Gnostic writings in the Nag Hammadi text. This stuff is old.
And so was the corporate creators gay? Yes or no? Yes or no answer?
Bro.
They already said the corporate creators.
Let me answer it for you.
Were they gay? Yes or no?
I'm going to answer you honestly.
Just give me yes or no answer.
Brother, I'm going to answer you honestly.
Okay, go ahead.
I have not read about the I can't even say the word, but here's the point. That's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. So I'll say yes. It's irrelevant to what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the claim that Jesus was gay.
You never even researched it. You just said
no, I said I didn't know about the whatever that word. I don't know them. But this right here, I've been heard this lie before. I just don't know those particular people you're talking about. But it don't even matter.
So you're ignorant. So now you.
If that makes you feel like you got one on me, I'll be ignorant. It still don't matter. It don't change what it don't change what. Bro, why you so hurt?
Go ahead.
It don't change the point I came on the panel for. I didn't come to defend the Corpo Christi or whatever. I came to show you was lying about who the world calls Jesus, bro. That's it.
Certainly. So he just admitted for the panel in the world, in front of the whole fucking world. He's ignorant. He doesn't even know what the corporations are historically.
Yeah,
he just admitted to that.
No, let's okay. Trenches. You ready?
Yes, ma'am. I was actually enjoying the book.
The floor yours. Yeah. That is.
I mean, I don't know why every time I'm speaking is an echo. Okay, it's gone now. Okay, cool. So, first of all, shalom to everybody on the panel, listening audience. What's up with you, bro? Rabbi Lewis.
Shalom, brother.
So, I mean, I really just like, and I know you don't have a lot of time, but like, it's a few passages I would like you to give me your understanding on, because you say you absolutely certain the Bible does not speak against homosexuality, right?
Certainly.
Okay. So can you explain? Let me see if I got that on deck for me. And I know somebody probably already asked you this, but I want to have a chance to give my line of questioning concerning the past. So Leviticus 20 and 13. You want me to read
Brother,
it
go
for you?
back, brother. You gotta back to the lecture I did yesterday. I addressed that already.
And that's what I just said. I'm pretty sure that somebody already asked you the
I
question.
addressed this 3 times. And furthermore, I did a debate on this with G-Man from the Shield Squad 4 years ago on, South Showtime, right?
Yeah.
I was on Debate Talk for you 4
Yeah,
years ago.
debate talk for you.
I debated G-Man on was God homosexual. I did this 4 years ago, brother. I don't have a lecture on this yesterday.
Okay.
I did the debate 4 years ago on this topic on Debate Talk.
Okay. How about Romans 1? How about Romans 1 and what I want to looking at 25,
Yeah, Romans,
I
that's the
believe.
word there's arsenokotai, which in Greek literature never means homosexual. It always means like economic exploitation, except for in the Bible. Some scholars even assert Paul made the word up because it's not historical.
Hold on, which word are you referring to that Paul made up?
Yeah, in Romans. The word
He
there's
made up the
arsenokotai.
word Romans.
Yeah, the verse you're quoting from Paul. There's another verse in Timothy, 1 Timothy 1 and 10. The word there's markaloi for homosexual. It always means like upscale clothing. So it's bogus.
Okay, so like I'm asking because I want you to actually either read the verse or allow me to read the verse and you give me your understanding, because
I already know the verses.
I don't
I
really
will
want a
inform you on this topic.
ready-made answer right now.
Romans, the word I just gave it to. I already know where you're going, so you have to read. That's redundant. The word there's
I mean,
malkaloi in Timothy's. Malkaloi means like upscale clothing in Greek literature. The
I
word
mean,
in
okay,
Romans is
so wait,
arsenokotai.
but
I'm
that
sorry.
word that you're saying right now don't appear in front of me, so I want to read or have you to read the actual words that's here and explain to me in the listening audience what this means.
Yeah, I'm pressed for time. So all I can say to that in a nutshell is there's 2 words here. There's malkaloi, malokoi. You got background noise, brother.
Okay, but you can't relegate a whole entire passage or a whole entire teaching to a word.
Brother, there's 2 words homosexual New Testament. Got mute your mic for 1 second when I speak and then unmute because you got background. Malkaloi, got mute your mic, brother. Malkaloi is the word in 1 Timothy 1 and 10 where it says effeminate. That word in Greek literature never says effeminate. It means like perversion, or it can mean like a reference to upscale clothing, like like designer clothes, like today we say Louis Vuitton or Gucci or like stuff like that. In today's terms. And then the other word is arsenokotai, which means like to exploit poor people. Never means like to have sex with another man in his anus. It doesn't mean. Some scholars say Paul even made it up.
Okay, so now back to my original point. I don't see how you can try to relegate it to a single word. We're dealing with an entire thought here. So I want you to allow me or yourself even to read the thought aloud, and then you from there give me your understanding or your
I don't have
interpretation.
the time for that. I have my phone
I mean, we
plugged in
could
with
have
this
done it by now,
Android.
like
So
like we could have
yeah, I
done it
know.
so long.
We already been on for 2 hours and 43 minutes. So my phone is gonna die in like 30 minutes. So I don't have the time for that now. But
No, I wasn't talking about the
unfortunately,
duration of the call. I was saying, with as much as you've been going back and forth with me right now, like you could have been allowed me to read it, and you could have been broke it down by now.
brother, you don't have to read it. I just gave it to you. There was 2 Greek words, momakoloi and arsenokotai. In Greek literature, neither
Okay,
of these
so
words mean homosexual. I already said that.
and I'm sorry for cutting you out, big bro, but listen, what I'm not understanding, I'm still failing to understand how you gonna relegate it to just those 2 words. How you gonna basically just say let's not deal with the context of the scripture. Let's just deal with that word. So I want to deal with, like I said, the words and the language around that particular word that you're pointing out.
Hey, Abel, you want me to show it on the screen, bro? The verse you talking about, and so you can see the
Appreciate
word he
that.
talking about.
Yeah, show
Appreciate
it on
that,
the
Frank.
screen.
All right.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem, brother. All right, here it
Oh,
goes right here.
it's Romans 1. I think it's starting at
Nah,
24
the
or
one
something
he
like that.
talking about, he want this one right here. This is what he talking about, where it has both words in the same verse. It's 1 Corinthians 6:9, right? When it says, I'm just get right to the point, so because he got to go. It says, nor effeminate, nor abusers of themselves with mankind. So this word effeminate, I'm gonna go down to it. It's gonna be malchos, like he said. See right here, or malakos. And then the other one, abusers of themselves with mankind. So when he's talking about arsenenokaites, right here. So these are the two words in question. This one and this one. And what he's saying is these two words in other Greek writings outside the Bible don't refer to homosexuality. That's the argument he's making.
Right.
If you want me to click on either one, I will.
That's good. That's good though. But check this out, big bro. Pull up the one that I'm referring to because I ain't even talking about that, bro.
Yeah, you want the Romans one, right?
Glad. Yeah. I'm glad he went there too, though. But matter of fact, before you even leave there, I mean, let me see it. Let me see it. Show the
which one you want to see? Because it's going to be the same word in the Greek.
Yes. Now show the definition on it.
You want this effeminate one or the abusers of themselves with mankind?
The abusers of themselves with mankind. What's that? Arsenaki.
Yeah. Arsenakates. It says one who lies with a male as with a female, a sodomite, a homosexual, a sodomite, abuser of self with mankind.
Okay, so can we get this word out of an extra biblical source, or like he said, something that's not dealing with the Bible?
Well, that would be for him to provide where he wants. Because I'm just saying that's his argument. I don't agree with that, but that's his argument.
Yeah. I mean, I don't either because I'm pretty sure these are scholars. Like they understood the uses of these words when they put that there. I'm pretty sure.
Well, I mean, to about that, James White, when he debated with Carl C.R., he's a Greek scholar. He said the Strong's, the Blue Letter, is not a reliable source. So
okay, so we ain't gonna appeal to authority, especially not James White. That ain't the best go-to.
He's a Greek scholar.
Can you show
he's
a source that say that word don't mean that?
My friend.
So James White is a Greek scholar, I agree, right? But James White, actually, you can go to his page right now and watch him break down this verse on his page, Alpha and Omega Ministries, and he actually breaks this down, this verse, as a homosexual. So there you go.
Certainly. I agree it means homosexual. I agree with that in the biblical text.
Well, then what was that?
Because in
no. He's saying,
literature,
well,
look at this
I
word.
guess that would still be into Rabbi's point. I get what Rabbi's saying. Like he's saying, he would say it means that in a biblical text.
Yeah, but he tried to counter you just now by saying that you can't use this because James White said that the Strongs ain't reliable. But James White said that this is right in the Strongs. That's the point.
Right. It is right. In biblical literature, it means homosexual. But look at that in any other Greek literature.
Tell me where to go and I'll pull it up. Where should I go, Rabbi? I'll pull it up.
Scant. Hold on. It's scant to begin with. When you do see it, it means like to exploit poor people, like to be like a abuser of poor people. It never means
where should I go? Give me something to reference. I'm gonna pull it up on the internet. I'll Google it right now.
Right. It got to be some type of.
This is based on Kathy Baldock. It's based on Kathy Baldock's work and at Oxford. They're working on a book on this. The book is not out yet, but they're working on it.
I mean, so
you have nothing.
There's no good.
The source. It's Kathy Baldock's work. Kathy Baldock, just type her name and you can see she has a blog site, and she inspired my work.
I'm aware who she is. I'm saying, you see, you can't make an argument with nothing with just your voice. That's what Devanya was telling you earlier.
Baldock's my source. I gave you my source.
But you're not showing it. You're just talking.
I can't screenshot. I cannot screenshot with my
Tell me, I'll go get it. Tell me what to put in.
Hold on. I'm on 20% battery, so I mean we have to do this another time.
All right, cool.
But I got 2 more minutes, so I got 2 more minutes. We can do this again. No problem.
Part 3, bro. We did part 1 yesterday.
Pull the Romans 1 up for me. Pull the Romans 1 up for me. Please, Rabbi, don't do the dance. Just tell me what this means. Hey, matter of fact, do me a favor. Switch it from the KJV to the let me see. Do NLT.
Just get the Greek. Let's see what it says in Greek real quick.
Okay, which one you said, brother? What translation?
NLT or something. Get one of these more modern versions where it's gonna put it in more modern language.
Why is that relevant? Just get the Greek word. The Greek word.
That's very relevant because I don't like niggas dancing.
All
right, it's on the screen right here, starting at 26. I don't know if you want 26 or 27.
I mean, you could actually, that'll work.
27 say, and the men, instead of having normal sexual relations with women.
Start at 26.
26. It says, that is why God abandoned them to their shameful desires. Even the women turned against the natural way to have sex and instead indulged in sex with each other. Lesbianism. 27. And the men, instead of having normal sexual relations with women, burned with lust for each other. Men did shameful things with other men, and as a result of this sin, they suffered within themselves the penalty they deserved.
So you already kind of got something to dance around right there, because you said it wasn't no sin in the
Let's look at that
Bible.
in the Greek, please. Can you get those words in the Greek?
Which
You know,
words, Rabbi? Pull it up. Which words?
any word
Or
that
the
you
whole,
want.
all
Any
of
word
them, you
that
mean?
feel is
Like I
relevant.
did before?
Yeah. Any word you feel that's relevant to the topic.
Okay.
I mean, are you going to explain it first?
Certainly.
All right, go ahead. Rabbi, I can't hear you.
Oh no, I was looking for him to go through the words, different words. Though.
You got to tell me which one. I don't know what you want me to pull
hold
up.
on, wait. So what he's saying is he need to look for a scapegoat. So can you explain the
No, just
verse
give me the
why
word
he
that you
putting
want to
up the
look at
word?
in the Greek. Actually, give me the word from the Greek that you want to look at. Then I'll respond.
Okay, so we don't understand plain English, is what we
Furthermore,
saying.
this is Apostle Paul, which writings I don't follow. I don't follow Paul's
I mean,
writings.
that's cool. I ain't asked if you was a devout Paulinian or none of the above. I asked you
This
to
is some shit
explain this.
Paul. This is something Paul said.
It's
I don't
only
agree with
two
Paul's writings.
verses, bro. It's only two verses. Can
I
you
don't
explain it to
agree
me,
with
please?
Paul's writings. I don't
I
agree with
didn't
Paul. This is
ask if
Paul's
you
opinion.
agree or disagree. That's subjective, but what's objective is the print on the page. So I'm asking you, can you please interpret the words? That's what I'm asking. Can you
Which
please
words
tell
you
me
want me to
what I
interpret?
just read? What is Romans 1 and 26 through 27 saying? That's what
Yeah,
I'm
it
asking
is
you,
saying
fam.
that. This is Paul's. This is something Paul's opinion. This is Paul's opinion piece.
Okay, but what is Paul's opinion then?
This is
But
not
nevertheless,
Yehovah. This is not
say what it
Yahweh.
is.
This is not Yahweh talking. This is not thus save the Lord. This is Paul's opinion.
We never made the claim that
In
it was
fact, let's
Yahweh
bury this. Give me
speaking.
Romans
We,
16:22
matter
real
of fact,
quick.
I don't even think that was your argument initially. I don't think your argument was ever, well, if Yahweh don't say that it's not gay, then
Who
it
wrote
got to
Paul's
be
letters?
gay.
Let me ask you. Who
You
wrote
didn't
Paul's letters?
never make that a
Hold on. Let me ask you a
criteria
question.
until now.
What you want me to
Let
pull
me
up?
ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, brother.
Yes, sir.
Who wrote Paul's letters?
It depends on
To
which
my
one.
knowledge, Paul.
Huh?
He means literally by hand. It depends on which one you're talking about.
Go to
Some
Romans
was written
16.
I
by
mean,
Luke. Some
I'm
was
saying
written
literally
by.
by hand.
Hold on.
I'm
Go to
saying
Romans
literally by
16:22
hand. All the
real
ones
quick.
that he said he wrote.
Bro, hold on, bro. Go to Romans 16:22. So Paul didn't write these letters.
No, some of he didn't write them all by hand, but he dictated them to the writer.
Now go to KJV. Give me that in the KJV, please.
It's the same right here. It's gonna say the same thing. It's Tertius.
Okay, yeah, read that. Yeah, go ahead.
I told you it's Tertius, bro. Tertius, the one writing this letter for Paul, which means that Paul is telling him what to write. He just didn't write it
But
with
Paul
his own
didn't write it. It
hand.
was Demetrius. He had a scribe, correct?
So
Yes,
once again,
he had multiple scribes, not just Tertius. He had another
so
scribe
once
too.
I agree.
again,
Okay, you agree with that. Okay, I
instead
didn't know
of
if you agree
trying to
with that.
divert and shift the paradigm, can you now explain what was just read in Romans 1 and 26 through 27?
I'm just saying Demetrius wrote this, not Paul. That's all I'm saying.
But it's irrelevant because
Brother,
Paul
you said
dictated it
it
to him.
wasn't. You said it wasn't in the Bible. You said nowhere in the Bible does it explicitly state that homosexuality is prohibited or is a sin. And here you have it right here. It's clear as daytime saying that it's not only prohibited, it's a sin. And as a result of this sin, that's the language of the book, big bro. I ain't making this up. So I'm asking you, like, can you explain it? Like you saying that the Bible don't state this stuff. So I'm asking, can you explain Romans 1 and 26, 27? I'm gonna go on mute so you don't have feedback.
Certainly. I don't agree with this text. I got 10% battery. I got 10 more minutes. So
man, that 20% dropped to 10 real fast, my boy. Man,
I
that
gotta
20% just dropped to 10% real fast, my boy. What you got? An Alcatel?
Yes, I'm on the iPhone, but let me close out. So to say in closing, inshallah, this was edifying discussion, man. Hopefully this discussion meant something to you. It was worth your time. Get my new book. It's called Homosexuality and Bible Myths, Critique of the Gospels by myself, Rabbi Lewis. It's a must read. Check out my stockbook, Home for Hustlers. If you want to learn how to build 9 streams of a passive income, become a millionaire. And thanks again, Kareem. Always an honor to be on your show, Kareem. As you know, sister, anytime she always lets me on. So thanks again, guys.
Hey, Rabbi, before you go, you got to
Yes,
stop,
sir.
man. You got to stop with this madness, all right? You gotta
That's
stop,
that
bro.
one.
Like, you got a bunch of books, and that's cool. And I support any man trying to make a living. But this particular topic right here, you gotta chill, bro.
So I appreciate the critique, and I'm looking forward to people actually getting the book and actually studying the topic without judging the book by its cover.
I actually have a different view in terms of he gotta stop. I don't subscribe to the idea that he gotta stop. My critique of his efforts here is, I think he gotta source his information better. But I support the idea of bringing these topics because these are topics that has been in academia prior to now, and this community in particular have not been made aware of these particular topics. So I don't say stop. I say be more scholarly in terms of vetting your sources and bolstering your arguments with good scholarship. That's my critique of it.
Hey, Google Scholar, let me ask you a question. You a
Mhm.
believer? I don't know you, so that's what I'm asking.
Wait,
No,
hold
no.
on. God mind, he don't agree with you value about the book.
Okay, we can get the God mind in 1 sec. Let me just ask Google Scholar. You a believer, bro?
No.
Okay, so that's why you're saying that, and no disrespect, but if you say you're a believer, right? You don't make that claim. So your stance, I accept it completely. But Rabbi comes on here, right, as if he is with the Bible. You can't be with the Bible and say that Jesus is gay. You understand that, bro? He
Yeah,
got to stop. You wouldn't have to stop. If you was doing this, I would say, yeah, hey, you trying to make your point, but you're not a believer. He got to stop.
No, but I can show you articles with Christians making the same argument.
And they're gay.
Yes.
That's why they got to stop. The Bible's against that.
Well, it is if you take the Bible as one book, but if you look at it as a collection of books, then I don't know.
Then give me one verse, Google, and I'm not going to make this about you. I only did this to Rabbi because he really got to stop. But can you give me one verse, brother, humbly, that supports what you just said? Any book, any chapter, any verse that supports homosexuality in the Bible? Anyone?
Well, support may be a strong word, but there are instances in the Bible where it at least seems that there's homosexuality taking place, and the Bible does not condemn it.
No, it is. Oh, that's where you messed up. It is in the book, but it's always condemned.
Okay, so for example, the encounter between David and Jonathan, is that condemned?
There's nothing homosexual about that.
According to you?
No, according to anybody that knows the Bible. That's what I say. That's why I said he needs to stop. I expect you to say exactly what you're saying right now because you don't know the Bible. So I don't have no problem with you.
What do you mean I don't know the Bible? Because I'm not a believer, I don't know the Bible?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. With all due respect, you do not know the Bible.
That's a very flawed logic, don't you think?
No, or I wouldn't have said it.
Okay, so
we could prove it right now. Let's do it right now.
No, hold on. Let's look at the logic and the principle of it.
No, forget the logic. Let's just do it right now. Let's go to the text. Let's go to the text. You want to talk, and I just want to show and prove. But go ahead.
You're getting hype. Hold on.
Yes, I am.
The idea that because I'm a non-believer, I don't know the Bible. Are you saying that Bart Ehrman does not know the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, bro. So
I'm saying that Bart Ehrman.
Because
go ahead.
You got apologetic websites, you know the Bible. Let's go to the Bible.
Nah, that's not what I'm saying. But go ahead. Yeah, let's go to the Bible. Where you want to go?
Let's go to 1 Samuel.
1 Samuel. What chapter?
20.
I'm here. Tell me where to go.
Can you read verse 41 and read it in the KJV, please?
Yes, sir. And just so you know, while I'm pulling this up, everybody on this panel knows the exact argument you're about to make, but I'll do it anyway. 1 Samuel 41 and 41. Okay. It says, and as soon as the lad was gone, David arose out of a place toward the south and fell, and fell on his face to the ground and bowed himself 3 times. And they kissed one another and wept one with another until David exceeded. That's the part you want right there.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to read the next verse? Or that's all you? That's your
No,
point?
that's fine.
Okay, now
What does
I'm
it
gonna
mean
ask
when
you.
it says?
No. I'm gonna ask you, since you know the Bible, because I'm prepared to tell you what it means. But since you know the Bible too, I'm gonna ask you, what does that mean?
What does it mean when it says David exceeded?
Bro, you didn't hear me?
No,
I'm
I want you
prepared.
to
I
tell me.
promise you. I'm
Bro,
perfectly prepared to answer that question. I
bro,
knew where you were going. That's why I highlighted
no,
it. But I'm asking you, since you know the Bible too, you
I
shouldn't be
don't know.
afraid to tell me what it means.
I don't know. I'm asking you, what does it mean when it says David?
Wait, did you just say you don't know?
Yes.
Oh, well, then the argument's over. All right.
I'm asking you the question.
No,
What
wait.
does it
If
mean
you
when it
don't
says?
know, then the argument's over. That's what I
What,
said. You don't know. See,
bro?
I know, so
Are
I'll
you gonna
answer you.
answer
But
the
do you?
question? Or are you
Yes,
gonna dance?
yes. If you answer it,
Okay, so you're not gonna answer.
I
That's
will
fine.
if you do. Because if I answer it, then I'm giving you some room to try to twist something some other way. I give you my word. My hand is up to God. If you answer, I will come right behind you and give you a full exegesis of it. I promise you. But I want you to go first, so I
No,
don't give
I
you
want
no
you to tell
ammunition.
me. I want you to tell me what you understand when he said he exceeded.
So you're not listening to nothing I'm saying?
No, I'm not listening to you. I
Oh,
want
okay.
an
Then it's
answer.
nothing to talk about.
I asked you. I brought the text. I asked for clarification.
No,
The
I'm
Bible
asking
says,
you for clarification,
1
since you
Timothy
said you know the
3:15.
Bible.
1 Timothy 3:15.
What verse?
It said that you should be ready to give an account.
Did you not just hear what I said?
Stop dancing. If either you're gonna
Brother,
answer, or
I'm
you're
not
not gonna
okay.
answer.
I'm gonna let you talk. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you say what you're saying, and then I want you to listen to me after you finish. Go ahead, bro.
I'm asking for, what does it mean that David exceeded?
You finish?
That's a question.
Okay. Now listen to my answer to you. I put my right hand up before the Most High God. I am perfectly prepared right now to give you a full explanation of this verse and any other verse you want. I promise before the Most High God right now. But you know what? I am not going to answer first, because if I do, then I'm going to give you thoughts for you to try to add and twist. I want you to tell me what it means. Everybody's listening to me. I've been up here running my mouth since I got up here about the Bible. I'm ready. I promise you. But I don't believe you. You said you know. So you tell me first what it means, and then I'm going to debunk your madness, whatever you say, and tell you what it actually means.
No, I'm not going to tell you. I asked you a question. I'm still waiting for the answer.
All right. Well, then we good.
Okay.
Yeah, we all know.
No. Hold on.
We all know what he on, bro.
Wait, hold on, Trench. Okay, he actually said he don't know. He said that he know the Bible, and then you was like, do you? He said he don't know. So let's come at him like he don't know and teach him.
See,
But this why
Karima
I
know I
was
like
just
her.
saying
So
what I was saying, Karima, because I know exactly why Volume is doing what he's doing, because Volume and
I know exactly.
know.
He just proved his point already. He really actually did.
Yeah,
because he said the main thing is him challenging him, saying that he know the Bible more than him.
Nah,
So
he ain't say more. I ain't gonna put that on him. He didn't say more, but he definitely said he knew the Bible.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, this is where Volume's at. So
right.
He don't know. So continue the teaching.
And more importantly, we know what he alluded to, because they all use this same verse. And I just want to know how they get.
But I agree with you. He want to know what you got to say, so then he gonna come at you with what you trying to say.
okay.
But can I ask him? So I won't.
Wait. Hold on. I want Volume. Hold on. I want Volume of the book to continue to go.
Okay. You want me to go now, Karima?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. So let me just give a little context to this, so I'm trying to make this as short as possible. I ain't trying to do a Bible study. All right. So if you know the background of the story, you know that the whole thing that was going on was Saul wanted to kill David. Jonathan was Saul's son, but he was cool with David. You know the whole thing. I'm gonna shoot. Most of y'all know the story, but I'm trying to just for the audience. But whatever, I'll just go to it to make the point. All right. So let me just show y'all this real quick. It says until David exceeded. So we're going to open this up. I'm going to try to do this as quick as I can. We're going to go down to the exceeded part. I'm going to actually make his point for him and then show him how it's wrong. So the Hebrew word is gadal there. So what people do is they go to this word, they scroll down, and they look at this. It says to grow, right? To become great or important, promote, make powerful, praise, magnify, do great things. But what they focus on right here is to grow, because they're trying to say David got an erection until he orgasmed. That's basically what they're trying to say. So if you go down to the definition again, it'll say to, oops, sorry about that, y'all. It'll say to be causatively make large. So again, they focus on stuff like, large, like he got hard, basically. I'm not trying to be vulgar. I'm just, trying to make the point. But it also means all these other things: boasting, bring up, exceed, excellent, make great, wax great, grow, increase, lift up, magnify, be much set by, nourish, pass, promote, proudly, tower. So it doesn't just mean to grow in a sense of, or it doesn't mean to grow in a sense of like an erection. It's talking about to grow or to like wax great and power. So again, the reason why I gave that little tiny background is because David at the time became weak because of what was going on. Like he was emotional. You see, that's why he's starting to cry with Jonathan. He got weak in the spirit because he's like, man, Saul wants to kill me. Right. After everything he tried to do for Saul. If you Bible, you know the story. He tried to do all these things to make Saul please, but Saul still wanted to kill him. So when him and Jonathan start to cry about the fact that what's going on, David gets weak in strength. So when you go back to the text, right? Sorry, let me pull it back up on the screen. So when you go back to the text, right? It says, and as soon, I'm verse 41, and as soon as the lad was gone, David arose out of the place towards the south, fell on his face to the ground, bowed himself 3 times, and they kissed one another and wept one with another until David exceeded, right? Now, what does that mean? 42, and Jonathan said to David, go in peace, for as much we have sworn, both of us in the name of Yahweh, saying, Yahweh be between me and thee, and between my seed and thy seed forever. And he arose and departed, and Jonathan went into the city. So what happened here? David got emotional here in verse 41 because he realized what was going on. Then when Jonathan and him talked after they finished crying and all that, when it says until David exceeded, it means until David got his composure back. He got his strength back. He grew back in the spirit. That's all that means. And anybody up here that reads the Bible already knew that before I said it.
Okay. That was a nice appeal, but I'm afraid that's just apologetics, right?
Okay, fine.
If the word exceeded in the context of the text can have more than one meaning, why is it that your meaning supersedes mine? Right?
Good question.
According to
according
to the translation or transliteration of the word gadal, which is exceeded right here, it means cause to grow, to make great, to make powerful, to magnify. You're saying it's none of those.
No, I said it's that one. Brother. I said he grew back in power. He had got weak in the spirit and he regained that strength back. And after you finish talking, I'm going to show you a precept that's going to sling your head, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. You said he became powerful. I'm saying it doesn't necessarily mean that. You, for the purpose, because you have already concluded that there was nothing gay going on, then you've concluded that it can't mean that he basically, like you say, got an erection. So what we're dealing with is your presupposition.
Okay.
I see nothing in that says that. I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but I see nothing in that says it couldn't be that.
But here's the problem, Google Scholar.
Nothing so far.
Okay, I'm about to show you something right now. But before I do, here's the problem with what you're saying. You already admitted you don't know. Therefore, you can't say what you're saying. But let me show you anyway.
But the thing is, he came from that point of view before he came from this point of view. So you can't make it seem like he didn't say it's not about him. He just basically bringing it out. So don't try to use him as.
And here's the verse. Watch this, y'all. Y'all remember that Hebrew word was gadal, right? Everybody remember that? Watch this. Genesis 26:12. Then Isaac sowed in that land and received in the same year 100-fold, and Yahweh blessed him. Watch this. And the man, he did what? He waxed great and went forward and grew until he became very great. Now, Google Scholar, when it says that this man waxed great right here, in the context of what it just read, what is this talking about?
Okay, so I'll answer.
It's just a question.
I'll answer, but I noticed you went to a totally different book. So this is my point I made originally, that if you read the Bible as one book, then sure. But we were in Samuel. This book is by a different author in a different time, and the
Is it Hebrew?
context maybe. So
So you want me to just make something up out of my mind to prove it?
no.
Okay, so I'm asking you, what does this mean?
What I'm saying, this is a language. This is a language. Words and usages of words change over time. Like, for example, the word gay back in 1850 means a different thing than it means today, but it's the same word. So what I'm saying is you can't go to a different book from a different time to substantiate what we are talking about in the book of Samuel.
Okay, heard you. So again, what does this mean right here when it says this man waxed great?
Based on the context, I assume that he got greater, he got more powerful.
All right, let's see what the word is in the Hebrew. Hold on. Oh, there we go. And the man waxed great. What did he do? Godal, and went forward and grew. Godal. You see what's happening here?
So you're ignoring my point I just made.
No, we heard your point, but the reason why I skipped over it as if I didn't hear it is because everybody up here that read the Bible know that what I'm saying is the proper method to prove a point. You don't know because according to your own admission, you don't know. So I'm not really concerned about what you're saying, to be honest.
Let me ask you a question though. Who
Sure.
wrote the book of Genesis?
Who wrote the book of Genesis? Moses.
Mm-hmm. And who wrote the book of Samuel?
Samuel.
Okay. And were they written at the same time?
Of course not.
Were they
but were they written by the same ethnic people?
Yes.
Okay, there's the point.
Okay. In England in 1850, what do you think the word gay meant?
Happy.
And in England today, what do you think the word gay means?
Probably some might still hold on to that, but it's probably perverted like it is over here. Probably mean fruity like it does over here.
Oh, okay. So are they the same ethnic people?
I would assume so, but that's not the Bible.
So your point is
no, it's not, because this is the Bible.
No, see, that's my point from the beginning.
I know, that's why I told you, Google Scholar, you don't believe in the Bible, so I don't have a problem with you, bro. You trying to? I don't. No, when somebody tell me they don't believe in the book, bro, I don't. I'm okay with what you're saying. You don't believe, I'm okay.
You're treating the Bible as one book. If you do that, then sure. But if we're looking at it as a collection of individual books, then my point still stands.
Okay, so do you understand? And I understand your point, brother. I'm really trying not to have a problem with you because I don't argue with unbelievers. I expect you to say what you're saying. But do you understand, brother, that according to what we believe as Bible believers, that although these are separate books, that these people that are writing these books are being governed by the same spirit? Do you understand that concept?
Of course I understand the concept. I don't subscribe to that concept.
I know. That's why I don't want to talk. I mean, not talk, excuse me. I mean, I'm not being funny. That's why I don't want to argue with you, because I already know your stance, brother.
Bro, I used to be a Christian for many, many years. I'm not coming from a view where I have no idea what you believe and how you think. I do. I used to read apologetic website just like you. So okay. I understand the stance. If you're coming from the stance of a believer, you're looking at it that even though it's different authors over different periods, it's all being governed by a Holy Spirit who inspired these men to write this.
Right.
So there's always harmony in the message that's being delivered.
Correct. Brother.
I'm saying I don't subscribe to that. I'm seeing this as a cultural effort by different people over different time, and as such, there are discrepancies, and apologetics is attempting to iron out those discrepancies. Yes. That's the way I'm coming.
I know. That's why I said I didn't want to debate you, because we would just be going back and forth, because you know my stance and I know yours. But let me ask you a question. At least let me see if you could admit or agree to this. King David, right, during his reign as king,
yeah,
would you agree that according to the text, at least, that King David followed the laws of God? According to the text.
For the most part.
Well, the only sin he's charged with is what he did with Bathsheba, right?
Yeah, that's why I said for the most
part. So we say 99% he did, right?
Yeah, we can say that.
And I'm only asking you according to the text. So if that's the case, right, and the brother just pulled up the verse in the law that said a man can't lay with another man, or it's an abomination and they should both be put to death. If you then admit that King David kept the law in the text, then how would he be having homosexual sex with Jonathan?
Okay, but you see, this is the thing. This was being done in secret. Nobody else knew about this.
No,
If
brother,
you
what I
notice,
asked you was, did he keep the law? You said yes.
no, I said according to the text he
That's
did.
what I'm saying.
But
So then why would you take the story that's in the text now and try to pull it out the text and say, well, it was done in secret? Brother, you can't have it both ways.
No, this was being done in secret. This was not something that nobody. So in the eyes of whoever is writing this, he kept the law.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm saying, if you look at it from my perspective, I'm not even saying that this was definitely an homosexual act, but it can be read that way. You're saying
so it can be read that way. I'll give you that. Anybody could read it and see it that way. I'm not debating that. Of course, that's why we have this argument, right? The point I'm making to you, though, is by your own admission, I just asked you in the text, did King David keep the law? You said basically, and we made the exception to that, which was when he, killed Uriah in order to get his wife Bathsheba. And that was your point, and I agree with you. But even in that, we see him killing a man for the purpose of taking a woman. So in the one instance where David did sin, he sinned, at least he sinned the right way, in the sense that he wasn't getting another man. He was chasing a woman. So you can't then go to the Jonathan story, which is in the same text, and be like, yeah, but right there, that was a secret. No, because you already said that David kept all the law minus the one mistake.
No,
that's the point.
He kept the law, but the Bible here is not trying to paint the picture that David was doing something wrong, but reading into the text and see what it's saying, we're concluding, or I'm concluding, that this may have been something inappropriate or something wrong.
Because you don't know the Bible, with all due respect.
Okay, well, I guess we can say that, but you do know that there are scholars that agree with me on this.
Yes, and they don't know the Bible.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. You know the Bible because you're a believer, but they don't know because they're not a believer.
Yeah, you know the Bible teaches that, right?
Yeah, but that's your belief, bro. I'm not here to argue your belief.
Okay. All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna fall back.
The Bible teaches many things that are not true in my view, so
Okay, God, mind, you want to say something?
Well, I think you had invited me up, but I think the way you phrased it is that I could come up if I wanted to assist the brother that was selling his book.
Oh, yes, but you see how he just left up out of here, but the people still here. So you said that when volume of the book was talking about that other scripture, you said he didn't know what he was talking about. I mean, when he brought up the source, you said, I'm misquoting, but you said that you disagree. Go ahead.
No, actually, I was saying the extreme opposite. Just as being someone in the audience who's listening, it's kind of frustrating because I'm a type of person that I can completely disagree with you, but I can enjoy the conversation and the information that is being exchanged. But from the audience perspective, sometimes a lot of the other antics and the other conversation kind of gets in the way and becomes a barrier to that. So the dude was wrong, but you can prove him wrong without making up stuff about him, implying things about him, saying that he condones, pedophilia, or he condones this, or even though he's saying a million times, I don't. And he's saying, well, you do. From an audience standpoint, I just want to hear the information. I don't care about what y'all think about him personally. He's wrong, but I think the brother name is Volume. Volume actually did a very, very good job of easily impeaching him with his own information, which is how he should do it. He just stuck to the information. He didn't have to imply nothing. He didn't have to do anything. The irony of this is what I said in the chat was just specific to the brother was wrong, but we don't have to be as wrong as the brother by implying things that we don't know, because then you end up just being just like him. You implied that I was disagreeing with Volume and that I wanted to assist this guy.
There is nothing that I ever said in the text. There's nothing that I ever implied that would suggest that. And it's frustrating because we never go by what we actually say. It just ends up being how you feel about this person, where you think this person is going, and we just, we get so lost and make everything so muddied down. Just go by what I actually said. What I actually said is Volume actually did a good job of just sticking to, he brought up the actual source that the brother kept referring to. He didn't go to all of the other stuff. It was actually easy and very light work. And that's what we should have did from the beginning, as opposed to kind of going in around the circle. But the question I did want to ask him that I was putting in the chat is this. He referred to Mark as a mythological person. He said that over and over again, and he said that in the first installment that he did the other day. My question is a simple question. We don't have to go deep into all of the other stuff. If Mark is a mythological person, is he claiming that the original version of the book of Mark that he's referring to, was it written by a mythological person?
That's a good question.
Okay. I can't speak for him really, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say I think what he meant by mythological person, maybe he used the wrong word there. I think what he meant is that well, I don't want to speak for him, but in my view, the author of the book of Mark is unknown. So I think that's what he was referring to.
In the context of what he said the other day, and he literally said that it was a mythological person. And a myth does not mean not real. But the way he used the word myth or mythological in saying that he is not real and was never a real person, he was saying that these people in the Bible that are associated with the writers of the gospel are actually other things or other people from a mythological standpoint. That's what he actually said. So we don't have to imply or make up stuff. We can just go by what he actually said. But he's going to run into a problem. We don't have to go flip through scriptures and this, that, and the other. If you're saying that the person who wrote this stuff about Jesus being a homosexual and into pedophilia is a mythological person, why would you argue with somebody who's saying that the person who wrote it is mythological? How do you argue with something that is mythological? Why would you waste your time with that?
Okay. I get the point you're making, but like I said, I don't think he meant that the person was mythological in the sense that not real, because a person that's not real cannot write a book. So I don't think that's what he was saying. But I'm not speaking for him. If that's what he was saying, then that's an obvious contradiction. But I thought he meant something else.
Yeah, I'm not referring to
the reason why I called you up here, because you made a comment saying y'all making up stuff without evidence why volume of the book was on. So that's the only reason why I called up here. You said, no, y'all keep applying a lot of things to this brother, which I understand you explained that part, but you was like, y'all doing the same thing he's doing. Y'all make it up as much as he is without evidence. So I said, well, correct, if you want to get up here and defend him and say that, so that's where I'm at with this comment right here.
Right. And so at that point in the conversation, you had Kansu and another sister on there, and what they were kind of in the mud with was whether or not he condoned
homosexual, basically.
Yeah, no, at that time, now when you made this comment, because you made a whole bunch of comments before then, but when you made this comment, Vanya the book was talking.
So listen, I can only, now if you want to take something other than what I'm actually saying, which is the irony of that's the whole point of this is us being able to just take what people actually say. We don't have to add, we don't have to imply, we don't have to say, well, we think you meant this and all this. Just go by what people actually say. I'm actually telling you that my comment was about,
you didn't tell us this comment, but okay, but move along, because I ain't gonna argue with you, but you didn't apply this comment. You applied every other comment, but you didn't apply this one. The reason why I spoke and brought you up here. If you didn't apply this comment, I would have kept you up in the background unless you tried to ask questions to him.
It's all written in there, ma'am. I actually said it specifically.
That's
If you
all
just go
I
by what I
said.
actually
Carry
said,
on. Okay, carry on, because I'm not about to argue with you.
Yeah,
it's no
You can
argument. Just
argue in the
accept what I
back
said.
chat.
we can move on.
Exactly.
I actually was also a bit frustrated about that line when they were going at the brother after he clearly said he don't support it. So yeah.
Exactly. Over and over again. He even said, according to his own religion, that it was wrong. He said that over and over again. But regardless of how many times he said it, people said the opposite. So they don't have any proof of how he feels. They just saying the opposite.
Y'all didn't hear the whole little thing, and you're coming in here, and you didn't even hear the other part. So let's not even go and reason why they coming at him the way they coming at him. So let's carry on and go somewhere else.
Oh yeah, we can move on.
Barely even heard anything. Okay, come on.
I heard the whole thing all today and last time.
Yeah, and I've been putting your comments, and you've been on some negative shit the whole time. So let's go move on.
Everybody can go back and read it, Karina. You just implying things that don't even exist in the comments.
Every time the video on, you say your little comments, you don't never agree with anything. So let's move along.
I said the brother was wrong. Everything that you're saying is false.
Let's move along.
That's what I'm saying.
I just want to say this real quick to the audience that was giving me compliments. I just saw it. I appreciate that to everybody. And peace to my brother Yahoo in the chat. I didn't know he was in there. Yeah, we can move on to something else.
Yeah, because he can go if that's the case.
I can go because I'm calling you out for not just
I'm not about
what
to
I'm
sit
saying.
there and argue with you. Like I said, you can move the fuck on or get on. Period. Anyways, carry on. Always be in the comment section on some slick shit.
I'd like to say this for y'all move it forward, because I can't let that shit just fly past me and not speak. A motherfucker cannot read that verse and see no goddamn sex going on in that verse. I never agree with that. I don't know who the fuck can read this verse in Samuel and say they see some, excuse my language. Well, I ain't got to say, but like I said, sexual intercourse. Like, come on, who's crying and in the middle of crying you get an erection? Come on, man, that's some weirdo stuff. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's weirdo to you. They were kissing on each other, right?
No, they wasn't kissing. See,
that's what
you
just
did.
Literally
You see,
says
that's a perversion of the mind, brother. You see how your mind.
I know. I'm a goddamn dirty.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
What?
I mean, I'm serious. Like, that's the only way I can really break it down to you, bro. I want to be disrespectful. I'm serious. Like, that's a perversion of the mind.
It says they kiss one another, bro. That's not a perversion.
Okay, so now I wasn't there, so I don't necessarily know what type of kiss this were per se, but
okay.
I'm gonna roll with Brother Volumes breakdown and just go with my assumption that David did everything, because I don't see no evidence of him breaking no laws except for
that's fine.
killing you, right?
You can take that view.
But I'm saying, like, you can say that it's not perverted, but I mean, come on, like, just keep it real. If you look at that in context, I'm talking about the verse above it, the verse below it. You got to tell me how you get sex out of it, please.
Okay, if you take it in context, listen, you can take the view of your brother. That's fine. I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm saying it's not crazy. The other view that I'm putting about, they are there. First thing he did, he pulled a ruse with the little boy that's supposed to go fetch his harrows. He sent him away, and after that, he says they come together, they wept, and they kissed, and he acceded. And come to find out, acceded can not only mean this, but in some instances it can mean this. Now, you may be right that it's nothing sexual, but you can't rule it out based on the language here. That's the point.
You absolutely can, because like you just said, the little boy had been basically shooed off, Now we know why that was, and once again, the brother explained this. I don't know why this went over your head. The man was hiding from the king. The man was hiding from Saul. They couldn't take their chance of him being seen, and this little boy expose him and say David's in the camp. Nah, that would have been too reckless. Come on. So once again, if you follow the narrative, I just honestly 100% don't see how nobody can get a sexual encounter out of this, even kids included. Because David, I know, like I said, to my knowledge, was a man's man. I don't see not one scripture alluding to dude being anything other than what he was.
Okay, that part is irrelevant in my view, because if you read for example the Hadith literature, Muhammad was a man's man, but there are some suggestions that he may have been at least bi, right? I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong, but
okay, so now you remember you just told that brother he couldn't even go to I'm sorry, Google. But you do know you just told this brother that he couldn't use a verse in Bible, right, to make his point. You just went to a whole nother. You just went to a whole nother culture to make.
No, your argument
Muhammad.
there doesn't make sense to me. I just referenced another character from another religion
let me give you the
to
short
show
form.
you.
Why are you referencing Muhammad, a character that's not even Bible that we discussing?
It's an analogy to show you that just because somebody is viewed
okay,
as a
so in
man's
other
man,
words, that's what I just said. So that's the point.
Listen to what I'm saying, yeah.
So we can't use verses that are found within the same book, but you can jump out the whole culture and go to another culture to make your point.
The Bible is not one book. You made that up.
Okay, so again, I'm gonna say again, so you can go to a whole nother culture to make your point, but we can't make our point within the book.
A reference, it's different. That's totally different. It's nonsensical what you're saying.
Okay, so
okay, Google Scholar. Hold on for a second, because I'll try to like Google Scholar. You seem like you sincere. I think you just don't understand. So let me ask you a question, brother. Are you familiar that in the Middle East, or what they would call the Middle Eastern cultures, going back for thousands of years, that men always greeted each other with a kiss on the cheek? Are you familiar with that?
Yep.
And they still do it in many areas.
Right. So even if you was to take this particular passage here, and anybody could do this, or if you go to the New Testament, I see the brother put it in the chat, I forgot his name, but the Bible speaks about a holy kiss, right? And if you research the holy kiss on whatever source you want to use, right, it's going to tell you that it was a custom among the Israelites to kiss each other when they.
Among the Israelites, and
I know. That's why I said the Middle East first, but now I'm just dealing with Israel since we're talking about the Bible. They would kiss each other on the cheek. It was a sign of love and affection. It had nothing to do with any twisted homosexual stuff. So to see that in the Bible wouldn't be strange, because it's not only practiced in the Bible, as you said, it's a whole Middle East group of people over there that do this to this day. So, brother, that's why the brother said in the context of the story, we already know what's happening, brother.
To see that stand alone wouldn't be remarkable. I agree. I don't know what you're saying, but to see the sequence, that's why there's a red flag right there.
And that's why I say this: that westernized perversion on your mind, bro. Because once again, in that context, you can't find no sexual. In that context, you can't find no ground for no sexual.
Go ahead and say it. I'm a Horeo. Because that's
I ain't gonna say none.
Nobody going there, brother. Come on.
No, that's where it's going. I've been on.
No, that's not where it's going, brother. No one's
saying that.
Going
nowhere. No, I don't know why you even said that.
I guarantee you that's where it's going.
I could assure you, brother. Most High be my witness. That ain't even in my mind. Like, I don't talk to people about personal stuff.
I wasn't referring to you.
Oh, okay.
I don't get down, bro. That ain't my business. I don't care nothing about that. I'm talking about the Bible.
I know where this is going.
I come to talk this trend. Look.
It starts with Western mindset. White man following the white man size Oreo. I've been down
Oh
this
no,
road.
no, no. That was just a little quick psychoanalysis. Like that's not just you, bro. If it was just you, then it'll probably be a problem. There's so many people like that. Like here, I got a westernized mindset when it comes to certain stuff. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, like that's what I said, you seeing it because that's not
I'm
customary
not
here.
tripping
The
over
only way
the
you
holy
see,
kiss
the
or
only way you
greeting each
see,
other with
the
a
only way
kiss.
you envision a
That's
man
not it.
showing
But
that type of
you're
affection to
failing to
another
see the
man
argument
is in a
I'm making in
homosexual
totality.
way. Now, listen
This
what I'm
is
saying. Okay, all right. You right. Let me not assume nothing. So, it is in your mind, is that type of affection shown between two men at any time, is that a homosexual act?
it looks suspect.
I, 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 I actually want a yes or no. Like you kind of saying yes with the it looks suspect, but now
Bro,
I want
I'm
something more
saying,
concrete.
let me be clear like
I'm
let me
serious
be
though.
clear like mud. Let me be clear like mud. The idea of David and Jonathan meeting secretly with not wanting any witnessing, kissing each other, wept on each other until David exceeded. That's the context. I'm saying that kind of looks suspicious.
Okay,
Coming to
before you
Now,
keep
find out,
going, right? I'm gonna give it
now
right
look,
to you,
now
Abba. I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give it right to I promise I'll give it to you.
hold on,
I just want
please
to
don't
ask
let
him
me
something real
lose
quick.
this topic, bro.
Yeah, I
Please
just want to
don't
ask
let me
something real
lose.
quick. So what you just laid out, right, Google Scholar? I heard what you said. I just want you to answer the first part, and I'm gonna let the brother go. Why were they meeting secretly, according to the text?
according to the text, they were meeting because David was not liked by Saul, his father, and he wanted to kill him.
Okay,
Uh,
so if you know that that's the reason why they were meeting secretly, then why would you go the direction you went?
no, that's not the only reason I went the direction I went.
He said no.
You're doing this thing where
I'm
you're
actually asking you a question.
and I'm attempting to answer.
Okay, go ahead.
Sure, you could argue that the reason why he sent the little boy away was because he didn't want anybody to know he was meeting with David. But the idea that they were there, he bowed him face to the ground 3 times. They kissed on one another. They wept on with one another until David exceeded. And come to find out, exceeded can actually mean getting hard. It's
No,
a red
no,
flag, no
wait.
matter
Show
how
that.
you
Show
try to
that.
spin it.
Show where exceeded means. Give me any. I mean any. You got the whole world. Give me any lexicon or dictionary on the Bible that says exceeded means erection, not getting hard.
It doesn't say erection. There's no
So
word in the
then that's a
Bible.
complete assertion by on your part.
Allow me to speak here.
Go
There's
ahead,
no
brother.
word in the Bible that's translated as erection. So don't go there. We're talking about to cause to grow.
Right.
You're telling me that David was growing? It's a euphemism. It's a figure of speech.
Brother, it means to wax great. You saw that too,
It
right?
also means to cause to grow. That's the point.
Right. But in the Bible, every time that word is used, Gadal, which I showed you one in Genesis 24, I could have showed you a whole bunch more. Every
No,
time that word is used in the Bible, every
no. Let's
time,
talk about in the book of
brother,
Samuel, because
I
that's
said the
what we're
whole
talking about.
Bible. I said the Bible. Ain't Samuel in the Bible?
No,
Every
but
time the word.
Samuel is one book. It's a separate book from all the other books.
Okay, brother. But every time, I understand that you believe that these books have no connection to each other. I understand your point.
I never said that.
Okay, brother, I'm trying to agree with you. What you said was you don't want me going to Genesis because that's a whole different book. The reason you would say that is because you're trying to imply that Genesis can't connect with Samuel. That's the point you're making.
No.
Okay, what is the point you're making, brother?
What I'm implying that Genesis and Samuel were written at different times by different author, most likely centuries apart. And that being the case, words can have different usages over time, even amongst the same culture. I explained that with the
Got
use
you.
of the
That's
word
what I'm
gay
trying to
in
say.
English
Forgive me for not.
vernacular.
That's
You're
what I'm
trying
trying to
not to
say.
see it because it goes against your religious belief.
No.
But
I that's what I was trying to say. Forgive me for not articulating it properly. The point that I'm making is we have this word Gadal, right? In multiple books in the Bible. Starting with Genesis, of course, but even after Samuel. And in every case, the usage of that word in our text always relates to something getting stronger, like growing in power, waxing great, when a warrior overtakes a kingdom or something. Every time, brother. So why would the one time for what's convenient for your version of the story, it meant David got an erection? Why would that be the one you choose in that story out of all the options you got?
Because of context.
But the context to your own admission was that David's on the run because Saul's trying to kill him. You think that's the time to get an erection, brother?
No, he wasn't on the run at the time. He was meeting with Jonathan. They were having a moment. This was an emotional moment.
And what was the moment about, bro? I know the story. You don't know the story. What was the moment about? I could pull it back up.
Bro, the moment was about seeing each other, realizing that they
pulled
did
it
not
up
see
anyway,
each other. Am I being heard here? They
Yes,
realized
we
that
hear
they
you,
were probably
I
not
want him
going
to
to
get
see
that
each other
7-20.
foreigner. You don't have to go to the verse. I've read the verse many
No,
times.
because when I get back on to questioning you, that's where I want to go to that Samuel 20 and 41.
I'm gonna pull it up right now. It should be
Appreciate that, big bro.
sharing. It should be sharing right now. And if you start at verse 1, it literally tells you the context. Like, that's not even debatable. Like, come on, bro.
Who's debating the context? Only you, because you have to see it from a believer's lens.
Well, you just said looking at the context. That's what you said. So I'm asking you, what's the context? Well, let's see. What does verse 1 says? And David fled from Naoth in Ramah and came and said before Jonathan, what have I done? What is mine iniquity? And what is my sin before thy father?
So
that zip. That he what? Seeketh my life.
I'm not about to sit here and have you read the entire chapter.
I'm only reading verse 1. I'm only reading verse 1. I'm only reading verse 1. Why are you afraid? It says that he see, brother. You know you're dead, and that's why you're doing this,
bro. You win, because I'm not about.
It ain't about me winning. It's about the truth, brother.
You win.
Well, okay. Well, you know what? If I won, then be quiet. If I won, be quiet. It says that he seeketh my life. That's the context. He was on the run for his life. You just said he wasn't, so you were wrong, brother.
What?
You said he wasn't just a few minutes ago, so you were wrong.
I wasn't. He wasn't what?
What? What'd you say?
I said he wasn't what?
You said he wasn't on the run at this time. You just said that.
Oh my God.
Wait, hey, listen, I'm not infallible. I could be wrong. Did he not say that?
Bro, if that's
maybe you did.
Bro, if that's why you heard, that's not what I'm saying. I admitted to the other brother already. He was on the run because Saul wanted to kill him. I said that.
Okay, so I could be wrong, brother. I don't have a problem with being wrong. But if that's the case, then the context is what is that? He's on the run for his life. So when he gets with Jonathan, who is his best friend, by the way, in the story, I hope you know that. Yes, they have a moment because he's like, yo, why your dad trying to kill me? I ain't done nothing but been good to your father. I've been your friend. Why your father want to kill me? That's the context, bro.
Okay, I get that. But the point is, they shared a moment here. They kissed. They had a moment, and David exceeded.
All right. It's clear. Okay. Everybody sees it. Job done.
It's clear to me too, but okay. Nobody can disagree with a Christian because a Christian is always right.
Whatever, man.
Now you see what you just did. Now you see you just did exactly what you accused. You just did exactly what you accused of us. But we knew it will. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Volume probably knew it would come.
I already accepted that. Given the context of the word and how the different usages, it is possible that what you're saying is the case. But you can admit that what I'm saying, that even if it's a small possibility that it could be possible, in your mind, it is impossible that that's the explanation. So
no. If it was, I'm so serious, Google. If it was any inkling, bro, like I can't. That's why I said. That's why I made the statement, big bro, that I can't see it nowhere. Like I don't see it. It don't. Like if you read the entire chapter, big bro, there's nothing gonna allude to these folks having a sexual encounter. Like it's nothing.
Nothing.
And even when
Let me
you
ask you a question.
subtexting like you
Let me
trying to
ask you
do
a
with just
question, and I
verse
want to show
41,
that
you
you
still
can
can't get no sexual activity out of it.
Next.
you can
Okay,
pay with
all
service,
right.
but
Put it
let me
like
ask
this.
you a question here.
Put it like this. When do they go from crying to getting undressed? Or I'm just
All
saying,
right, let
since
me
you go,
ask
I'm
you a
just
question
like
here.
let's just go there. Like since
Let,
you're gonna stand on it.
we're flogging a dead horse here. Let me ask you a question. Can
Hold on,
God
can you
change?
answer that question first though? Like, cause I'm trying, cause you said you don't see how I don't see it. Okay, I'm showing you one of the ways how it's blocking me from seeing it, and that's one of the areas because I don't see how we make this huge leap from weeping, which is crying, to getting naked and getting the book.
Okay,
That's what I'm asking you. So, at what point, like, how do you get that? Where is that leap at?
okay, bro. Like I'm saying, I don't believe you're ever gonna say it, and so we can agree to disagree on that.
Okay,
My
so you're
point
not
is,
gonna answer it.
you
All
a
right, I answer
believer.
your question then.
You a believer. You're not gonna say it. If I can prove that in 2 seconds, can God change His mind?
I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah.
He can.
Yeah, I'm sure you
So
can.
an omnipotent being can change his mind.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah.
Okay, bro.
That's not a
You
good
haven't seen
argument. You
your
should have said,
philosophy.
"Can an omniscient being change his mind?"
Yeah, that's
Omnipresent.
what I meant. Yeah, I
Oh,
can
okay.
misspeak. I'm not perfect.
I mean, regardless, either or, like,
Yeah, no, it's the answer still
yeah.
yes,
No, I'm
but I'm
saying,
saying he just had it
yeah,
wrong.
yeah. Like, yeah. I
okay.
mean, but now I would like to know what was your like, where you
Now the
going with
point
it?
is, God being omniscient, changing his mind is a contradiction, because if he knows everything at all things at all times, there is no possibility in changing your mind.
Unless he set it up a one way in the beginning in order to change his mind later. What else you got?
Yeah, but then that's not really changing his mind, is it? It's only the
Well, that's the whole
illusion of
point.
changing. It's
That's the
only
whole point.
illusion of changing his
Well,
mind.
but that's the whole point. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about an illusion. I'm talking about changing his mind.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. I just kind of explained it. I don't know what else to say.
Yeah, of course you don't, because it's a logical impossibility. If
Okay,
he's
so let's say you had that, right? Because I'm just curious what point you're trying to make. So let's say you got that one, and it's like, oh man, you got me. What's the point you're trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is that you're a believer, so your belief in the book is that it's absolute because it's a word of God.
Of course.
Yeah. So no matter what I say, if I'm not saying what you believe is the case, you're going to resist it. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be a pointless exercise. I'm not going to convince you of this.
Well, in this case, you're correct, but that's not completely true, Google Scholar, because I can show you instances in the Bible where it was homosexuality, and I couldn't debate it because it's clear. You see the problem with that? Like, I could show you where they did do homosexuality.
Hold on, let me address this nigga called Yahoo.
What?
Boy. I know, I need to address it. You see the comment that came on?
He said Yahoo.
Yeah, he's a gay guy.
Come on, bro.
Hebrew.
Come on, bro. You do it like
why are you telling me to come on?
Because you said he was gay. Well, you know what? I'm gonna get out of it. I don't know what he said to you, so let me get out of it.
You see this thing, man? Not because he's a believer, I'm not. That means you defend him no matter
what. No, you didn't hear me say I'm gonna get out of it. I don't know what he said to you. It just was weird for you to say that. But go ahead.
It's not weird.
No, Google. No, you got fingers. You can type whatever you need to say to him. Focus on who's on the panel because
I can say too. Why can't I say too?
You can, but you're discussing with the people that's on there, so it's like,
yeah,
you know.
I can address it.
I mean, you can. I'm just saying that you could just, shut them down with your fingers and then still hold a decent conversation at the same time.
I don't like niggas like that. That's all I'm saying.
You want to go back and forth with him, then we could just shut it down. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, I said what I said already.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, cool. Hey, real quick too, Karima, sis, if I'm doing too much, sis, just let me know.
No, you good. You good. I just don't want him to get to arguing with somebody in there and just lose focus on the conversation.
Appreciate it. So Google Scholar, what was your overall point, brother? Like I said, I admit that there is homosexual acts in the Bible. Like I wouldn't deny that. I'm just saying that in this case, this is not one of them.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, you know my view on it already. As far as other homosexual acts in the Bible,
Hmm.
I'm blanking on what you're referring to now, but
Well,
the
you got the
overall point is,
Benjamites. You
uh,
got it's a few cases. You got the Sodom thing. Remember Sodom and Gomorrah? They wanted to sleep with the angels. You know,
oh, but
they
that was
tried.
just that was different. That was not really Israel, is it? That was
No, it
like,
wasn't Israel.
yeah,
So you want to point the finger at Israel specifically?
no, but in the case of Sodom, right? They were not under the law. They're not required to keep the law. They were different people. You get my point? It's not pointing the finger at Israel, but it's just narrating what happened between Lot, Abraham, and those people with their relations with Sodom. So I'm not saying that it would be wrong to say that the Bible is endorsing what the people of Sodom did. It's
Okay.
actually quite the opposite, actually.
Well, see, now I appreciate that, brother, because that's the only point I'm trying to make. Even if you do find a case in a book, it's always condemned. That's the point I was trying to make.
No, I agree with you that for for the most part it is. I only brought out that one point. I didn't even have another instance where there's homosexuality. I mean, I have bantered the Hebrews about the whole idea of the Yarrick oath, because according to scholars it is actually it's not sexual in nature, but it's actually a holding of the genitals to make an oath. So yeah, but I will admit that even if that happened, it was not sexual in nature.
Well, you know what, brother? The fact that you could say that, you're all right with me, brother. You're all right with me.
You see, because I say I'm a believer, I'm not a believer. Most believers immediately starts to attack me and think that I'm against the Bible and I'm against um, their religion. But if you listen to what I'm saying, you actually find that it's not the case. While I disagree with your assessment of the book, and I don't have any belief in it, it don't mean that I think it's a stupid book. It's 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 an evil book. It's something that we should work to get rid of. It's none of that. My entire family is Christian. My wife is still a Christian. So it's not even like I have a thing against Christians. My view is that I want to believe what is true. And if I don't see the Bible as true, then I'm not going to believe it.
Yeah, I mean, okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? All right. I'm just more concerned about the theme that it appeared to be, starting with what Rabbi was saying or whatever. And like I told you from the beginning when you came in, like I wasn't even trying to go back and forth with you because you are an admitted non-believer. There's no point in me trying to, you know what I'm saying? But the fact that you just said what you said, that you at least acknowledge that the Bible does not endorse it, then we could find some common ground right there. I'm
No,
good with
that's
that.
never my point. I even come on here and I told Rabbi Lewis I disagreed with him on the idea that Jesus wasn't a homosexual. I disagree with how they were going about questioning him about it, but I didn't agree with the substance of it because, as I mentioned, when I came on, the first thing I tried to do was to get the book that he was referring to, because I knew he was referring to some copy of Mark, but I didn't really know which one, because over the
Yeah.
centuries there can be, you know, so that's what I was trying to get. But in total, in my view, what his argument boils down to is that because there was a group of Christians who practiced homosexual and they had a copy of Mark that said that he was, and there was somebody else who was disagreeing with them, now he's going to lean towards the side that says that they were. in my view, that's not good methodology. The best you could do in that situation is to indicate that, well, there's some Christians, or the Christians were having a contention as to whether or not he was, but you can't say it be for sure one way or the other. So that's my view on that.
I got you, brother. I would just say this to you, since I did hear you bring up the Yerrick oath, which a
Hmm.
lot of people try to bring up and say that, as you said, some scholars do argue that that is the genital area of a man that you must hold on to.
Hmm.
There's many other scholars who would disagree with that, and the biblical text itself actually shows you what it's talking about when you go into the book of Genesis, chapter 32, I believe, right? It's the thigh. It's the you know how it's what we, I guess, the back of the thigh, the quadricep. That's
Hmm.
where men grabbed right there to make the oath, because in the culture they believe that the power to progenerate started in the lower area of your leg, and it pushed up through your thigh up into your buttocks into your genital area. So you grab that particular spot on the back of the leg or the back of the thigh. It wasn't grabbing of the genitals, because I mean, again, the whole theme of the book is against any type of abominable behavior, I'll call it. So that would be counterproductive for God to tell a man not to deal with men that way, but then give them a passage to grab onto their I almost said, to their genitals. That wouldn't make sense. But if you do the research on it, you'll see it's actually talking about the back of the thigh. That's the Yerrick oath.
Yeah. No, I agree with you that not all scholars agree that's what it's talking about. But when it comes to the Bible, there's almost no topic that all scholars agree on.
Yeah. And that's what I meant earlier when I said those ones, and I wasn't saying it in an arrogant way. I was really being genuine. I said those particular scholars don't know what they're talking about. Because as much as we appreciate scholarship, and we all do, because it gives us something to read and study, but the truth of the matter is the book is what determines what the meaning is. The book defines itself when you read through the book. So any topic that we deal with, I'm gonna rely more. I'm gonna do the scholarship thing too, because people need that. But I'm gonna focus more on what the text is saying, because that's where you're gonna get the truth at, in the actual text.
Yeah, I get your point, but I value the opinion of scholars, and I personally don't think you have to be a believer to know the Bible. I know plenty of people who are not believe. Actually, one of my old pastors back when I was going to church, he's actually now a non-believer, and you can't tell me that he doesn't know the Bible. I'm sorry.
So when I say that, let me be more clear, because I believe that anybody that reads the Bible could know as far as what it says. So that's not what I'm saying. You can know exactly what it's saying as far as the wording of the text, but to understand what's being said, the understanding of the text. Again, I'm a believer, so I'm gonna say what you know I'm about to say. That's a spiritual thing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You can't
yeah,
intellectualize the spirituality of the text. You can read it and understand the words, but to get the meaning, for example, like just a quick, since I mentioned the Yerrick oath, right? Just to give you an example. So rather than try to figure out what it is from a scholastic perspective, if you go to Genesis 32, you know the story where Jacob wrestles with the angel?
yeah.
Okay, so in that story, right, it tells you that the angel basically he knocks Jacob's thigh out of socket, correct?
Hmm.
Okay, so if you look up the word thigh there, guess what that word is in the Hebrew?
I don't know the word, but
It's Yerrick.
mhm.
So that's what I mean. See, the Bible itself will tell you what the Yerrick is. That's why I told you it was the thigh, because when he knocks Jacob's thigh out of place, the Bible refers to that as the Yerrick. That ain't had nothing to do with his genitals. That was his thigh muscle. So that's how, and that's what I mean. Scholars should be able to do that, but they can't, because they're trying to look for some deep, mysterious, when they could just read the text and see what it say.
Okay,
So
I get your point, but I'm not gonna just say the point you make. I can see what you're saying, but I've also read scholars who have intimated that the thigh in this instance is a euphemism. It's not an actual thigh. Now,
yeah, correct. I know that's what they say. That was my
yeah,
point. They say that instead of just going to the verse I went to see what it actually is. That's my point.
yeah, but yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm saying their argument is not without basis. It's not in the same vein as I would say like the argument that I think Rabbi Lewis is making. they do back up what they're saying with some form of evidence. But it for me, I'm not invested one way or the other. It could be, it could not be. It's not a big deal to me in the grand scheme of things.
Got it.
Mm.
All right. Well, I don't want to, hold up it's getting late.
Yeah. I mean, it is late. I'm on Eastern time, so it's actually almost 2 o'clock now.
Yeah, same for me.
But I also would like to have a conversation with a Muslim at some point, because I need to go over some of the things in their book, because I believe that too is not true. So it's not just a Bible thing, as many people is thinking. It's a search for truth.
Yeah, hopefully we can get you on back with Rabbi so you can finish asking them questions in that nature. But we're gonna close it out.
All right, peace. Thank you for having me on.
You're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all.
All right, Sister Karima, I always appreciate you, sis.
I was looking for you.
Yeah, I was tied up. I was trying to get on there. I made it at the last minute, so all praise.
You good. Thank you.
No problem, sis. All right, I'll talk to y'all later. Shalom.
Bye, Sister Devanya. Bye, Trent.